friends? Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a chill stream where I will be working on the chat manager that I've been building. And today I plan to add Twitch chat, so all the chats will be embedded in one place. Let's say hello to all the wonderful people in the chat. Hello, Vilcodes, welcome to the stream. Hello, Alicia, good morning. Hello, Abdel Aziz, welcome. Hello, Zachary, welcome to the stream. What's up, Brandon? Hello, Sabine. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and Katoli. Hello. What's up, Brian? Hello, Alka. Shout out to Alka. I was chatting with him earlier. My stream alerts, and actually, I need to add it to this scene. But when I get donations or followers or different things like that, the sound isn't working. And I had Alka debug with me, and apparently something's broken about Streamlabs. So later, I will probably work on my own custom alert box so I can get notification sounds and stuff like that. Let's see. There it is. I'm gonna put it right there. Cool. Yes, and also we're going to be integrating Twitch chat today, so we're going to be using a library called TMI.js. I've done zero research, but I do know that Alka is one of the core maintainers of TMI, so we're going to use that. Hello, Exception. Welcome to the stream. Abdelaziz, is that intro new? Yeah, so yeah, I started using that intro a couple of weeks ago, so it's pretty new. Hello, Giovanni. Welcome. Hello, Alana. Hello, William. Hello, Nicholas. It's the weekend. Welcome, everyone. We're going to have a good time. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, William. Good day from rainy Scotland. It's actually pretty overcast and rainy here in Denver today, too. Hello, Sergi. Welcome. Hello, Abdelhamid. Glad to see you again as well. Welcome. Paramjit says, how are you? I'm doing okay. I got a good amount of sleep last night. Got my stream area set up. You can see I'm using this fancy new chair. I actually got this from work. I asked my boss if I could have it because we have like a bunch of extra chairs and it's nice and green and big. So yeah, and I'm actually gonna get another one because tomorrow Brooks is gonna be on the stream. So we'll both have nice green chairs. We'll be sitting next to each other. Hello, Kurt. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Joe. Hello, Giovanni. Good day with no bugs. There's probably gonna be some bugs today. And then Alka in the Twitch chat. Welcome to a giant chair stream. Yeah, and so today I'm gonna stream for as long as I can. I'm gonna work on this. Hopefully, we can get Twitch chat embedded in the chat manager by lunchtime. Then I'll eat some lunch, and then there are quite a few other things that are on my to-do list, so that I need to work on. So. There is the Feathers guide. I need to complete the chat client, so that needs to happen. I've been working on that React and Feathers map app, so I kind of want to finish that today. Basically, I'm going to stream until my voice doesn't work today. Oh, sweet. Alka says they have TMI.js stickers. Yeah, I'll definitely take some. I'll let you know in a DM. YouTube has a lot of delay, actually. I did enable low latency streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so. Kotoli says, I'll move to YouTube anyways. The moderator badge makes me look more powerful. That's great. Can I make Kotoli a mod here? Kotoli. Timeout user? Mod user. There you go. You're a mod now, Kotoli. Okay, /mod would have done it. Cool. Jimmy says, nice chair. Thank you. I really like it fits the Coding Garden theme. And then also, you saw this. Huh? Oh, I guess there's a little... I have more lights I need to put in that'll not make that shadowing stuff not happen. Oh, and then this one. Yeah. Hello, Victor, who says, I like your streams. Thanks, Victor. What's up, Bob's Paradox? Welcome. Ryan, oh boy, I made it. Sergi is asking, how am I streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time? So I am using a thing called a multi-streamer. So it's an open source project, and it gives you a nice little web interface where you can add multiple stream sources. So they support Mixer, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. But I'm specifically using the Docker multi-streamer. So this has, in the compose file, it has a Redis database, a Postgres database, all the things that it needs in dependencies, and then it's just like one command to spin it up. And then in OBS, I stream to like localhost some port, and then multi-streamer outputs that to both Twitch and YouTube. I know there are hosted services, so I looked into Restream a while back, but I don't like that you kind of have to give them super user permissions to all of your accounts to be able to restream. So this is nice, and it seems to be working. I did run into an issue this morning, that's why I started a few minutes late, but it seems to be working, so. Abdelhamid says, you gotta cover your chair with a blue cover, so that way it's just like no chair. Well, I have chairs that don't have such a high back, and then you wouldn't even know that I was sitting in a chair, but I kind of like this. It's like a gamer chair. I mean, it's technically an office chair, but, you know, it's high. I don't know. Jimmy says, I just updated Windows 10, and I can't open my session. That's unfortunate. Like, you can't log in? Yeah, weird. Joe says, integrate your app with Docker. Maybe? So that's another thing. Like, if I have time, like, okay, I definitely want to get Twitch integrated here. That's priority number one. And actually, let's make a list of all the priorities of all the things that I need to do. Let's see. I think I have this, like, to-do file. Yes, oh, this was an idea that I had. So I should end every live stream, or at least the ones where I build something, with a recap of everything that happened. Like, I sort of do that, but I should be more, what do you call it? It should be a habit. So that way, at the end of the stream, I could do like a 5-10 minute video just talking about what I build. I could upload that as a separate video, and then that'll get people to potentially want to watch the live stream to see the grind of making all of that happen. So yeah, that's an idea, and remind me to do that, people. At the end of the stream, I definitely want to recap it. And I did update my gear list, so for those of you that are interested, if you go to coding.garden/gear, this is a list of all the gear I use to stream. So I have 2 of these stands and 2 blue screens. Like, there's a blue screen over there, that's where I stand. This is where I sit. A guest will sit right there. I've got lots of softbox lights. I used to use this Blue Yeti microphone, but now I'm using this super cheap condenser microphone, but it seems to work well enough. I have an audio interface that it's plugged into. I've got a mixer over there. There's the cameras I used. I started actually using an Elgato HD60 Pro, which has PCI Express. That's in my streaming computer, and that's what that camera is plugged into. And those are my keyboards. People always ask what keyboards I'm using. There's a link to those there. Check it out. Hey, thanks, Alka. I was going to share the link. Vilcodes, why aren't you using Restream? Yeah, and I mentioned, I just don't want to give them access. I mean, I could. They're a reputable company, but I don't know. Probably eventually I'll host multi-streamer on my own EC2 instance on AWS. Bob's Paradox, Docker is life. That's great. What are the pros of using Docker? You don't have to manually manage dependencies, and not just at the application level, but also at like the operating system level. You can easily link services together, like create a database container, create an app container, create a front-end container, and they all exist on the same, I don't know if it's called a virtual network, but they exist on the same network so that they can communicate with each other. And it is, once you've created that configuration, it's reproducible in pretty much any environment. So you can hand that file to someone else, they can spin up an environment locally, or you can take that file and use something like Kubernetes and scale your application in the cloud using the exact same application definitions or container definitions. Or you can use things like Docker Swarm, but yeah. Hello, Alexander. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Or to see you. To see you too. Welcome. Hello. So I've been thinking about this. I believe you're Matt in the Discord, and I always say matcha. Is it Matiha? I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce your name, because I always say matcha, and I don't think that's right. So let me know. YVNG says, cool chair. Thank you. I feel like it fits the Coding Garden theme. Jimmy says, you could make affiliate links with all this gear. Yeah, so there are. So what I did was on the left-hand side is a product link. So if you don't like affiliate links, if you don't like being tracked on the internet, you can click the link on the left, and it's just a direct link to Amazon. But if you do want to support me, you can click this link, and I get a percentage of any purchase that was used when someone clicked that link. But you don't have to click that link. Arava saying, I'm working on Angular from 8 months, but now I realize I'm in the wrong track because everybody's talking about React. So can I learn both at the same time because I'm really excited. This is my break timer. And I think my Discord notification's on. Did my Discord sound come through the stream? Hello, Heath. Heath is in the Discord. Bonus. Did it come through the stream or was it just on my speakers? But I am going to close Discord just so we don't get sounds. I guess I could turn off the, what do you call it? The sound notifications. Cool. Yeah, Alka gave me some links for TMI and Twitch. Yeah, I would say if you're a total beginner to all of this, I would stick to one thing because it can get confusing and overwhelming. And for both Angular and React, there are a lot of jobs out there. It depends on kind of where you are in the world, but Angular and React are probably the most popular things that they're hiring front-end developers for. So I would say pick one and stick to it. Yeah, I mean, you could learn both, but it could get confusing, overwhelming, and then you have fatigue from just like trying all these different things. So yeah. To learn React or stop learning Angular, then switch to full-time learning React. Then this was waste my 8th month, or can I learn both at the same time? So I would say anything you learned with Angular, like a lot of those concepts are going to transfer over to React. It is slightly different in Angular, and I think by default they're using observables or like RxJS, which is a little different. I mean, you technically could use that with React if you wanted to, but the idea of like you have components, you have like a separate template, and separate data, which is bound, and you can change the data, which updates the view. All of those concepts are the same. So most of the stuff that you're learning will be applicable. Abdelhamid is asking, have I ever done freelance work? I haven't. And really the main reason is because in the US, if you're trying to get like a home loan or a car loan, you need proof of income. And as a freelancer, it's kind of hard to prove your income because you don't have an actual employer. And you basically have to provide all of the a documentation of all of the money you've made to be able to get like a home loan or a car loan. So that's kind of why I've strayed away from it. And I currently work at a consultancy, a software consultancy, where it's kind of like that. It's basically a freelancer job, but with the protection of a company, and I am a full-time employee and all that good stuff. Because we get lots of new projects, we get lots of different clients. So yeah, I've never really done this, mainly because of the income issue. I think eventually, like once I own my home, I already own my vehicles, but once I don't really need to worry about like getting loans and income and stuff like that, I would absolutely do something like freelancing because you have tons of flexibility and can make a lot of money. So yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that helped her off. Do I think I could do a session on DevOps? I want to. So I have a friend, Kim, who works for a DevOps company, and she knows Kubernetes really well. And we've talked about it in the past that she was going to come on the stream. We're going to like do a pairing session. So soon, eventually. I think she's out of the state right now. I don't know, but it'll happen. Hello, Ferruccio. Welcome. You get 3 buttons per message on chat. Green one is to acknowledge. These other 2 do absolutely nothing. I think I just added them for styling. We're gonna figure that out. I don't know. I need to get coding. I didn't plan to participate in Hacktoberfest, mainly because I don't wear, like the prize is you get a T-shirt, which is cool, and you get the joy of contributing to open source. But I don't really wear T-shirts. I mean, you see this T-shirt, but that's about it. So I don't know. What do you think about reactivating the forum project, which you started some time ago? I found it very helpful and interesting to watch. Yeah, that was the one I did on that like the 8-hour live stream. Eventually. Eventually. Jimmy says, I like your stream. You give me motivation in web development. That's good. I try to stay motivated. And I don't know, it's like I code all day long at work, but when I come home, I stream or I code on other things. And for me, like coding is what I like I love it. I like it whether I'm doing it at work or at home. But I will say like the coding that I do in my spare time, like on stream or at home, keeps me motivated because it's different or somewhat different than the work that I'm doing at work. So even though it's still coding, to me it feels kind of like an escape. It's a way of exploring things. Yeah. Sean is saying they stick to Vue. Yeah, I mean, it varies on your experience and how long you've been learning a certain thing, but yeah, I prefer Vue, and I think anybody that's watched the stream knows that I prefer Vue. Razvan has a question. How do you remember all the methods of different libraries that you use? Really just using them over and over and over again. So particularly Express, like I taught for over 3 years, I taught beginners how to write backend applications with Express. And so after you teach it enough times, it kind of, it just becomes memorized. At the same time though, like I would always tell my students that it helps to memorize, but you don't have to memorize all these things. Like you can still be a really good developer and not memorize what all the methods are. It's more about the underlying concepts. So like once you've grokked and internalized the internal concepts, figuring out what methods you need to use is just a matter of looking at the documentation. And so it's kind of like a two-phase thing because yes, you can read the documentation and that can tell you how to implement something, but if you don't understand the underlying context or like underlying concepts, you're always going to be like copy and pasting or just like kind of using the code without realizing what it does. But once you realize what it does, it makes it a lot easier to memorize because you have the concepts and you're like, oh, this concept matches to this method, and then you can do it. But yeah. And yeah. Nux.js. Hello, Flosuit. I haven't done a stream on Nux.js, but I want to because it's a server-side rendered view. But yeah, I should do it. Hello, Alvin, who says, I love your videos. Thank you, Alvin. First time catching the live stream. Welcome. Does Vue use the same concepts as React.js? Yeah, it's very similar. So there is a virtual DOM. There is a component lifecycle. The major difference is that in Vue, you can mutate state, meaning you can directly modify state, whereas in React, things are immutable. But other than that, a lot of the concepts are very similar. I would like it if you could do a Docker Kubernetes stream. I couldn't really find good ways to integrate with web dev, but that might be a lack of experience. Yeah, it's going to happen eventually. Bob says, well, off to do this CS homework I've been procrastinating on. Hope the stream goes well. Good luck, Bob. Emojis in the chat for Bob. He's got some homework to do. CJ only wears bikinis. Yes, yeah, you can't see below my waist, so how would you know? Good morning, ATD. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what I was doing is to do. What are we going to do today? So the first thing is we are going to integrate Twitch chat into this YouTube thing. Hopefully, it won't take too long. Hopefully, we're going to use TMI.js. Everything's going to work beautifully, but it doesn't always go that way. But we'll see. Integrate Twitch chat into manager. That's priority number 1, and I'm going to try to get that done within the next hour and a half or so. Priority number 2 is the Feathers Guide chat front end. So I worked on the Feathers Guide a while back. The last piece of it is building the chat front end, which I haven't done yet. The back end's ready to go. It's really just a matter of building the front end. So I need to do that, and then I'll edit that into a video. And then the other thing I'm working on is the Feathers React Mapbox app. I've done 2 streams on it. I haven't made a ton of progress. We have like a basic working app, but we need to actually add the features because right now you can just log in with Google and you can see a map, but we need to actually add the features of the app. So that's another thing I want to work on. Is there anything else? I mentioned yesterday, I think Alicia brought up the suggestion, but I might do something on Big O. That would be a good change of pace from all this other stuff, which is like front end and back end dev. This is more of like conceptual computer science stuff. And so like, these are the strong maybes. And these are do it today. So I do plan to stream for most of today. So I'm going to stream. I'll probably take a break to eat some lunch and then come back. But that's what I need to work on. Can anyone think of the other thing? Someone mentioned yesterday, like right around the same time as Big O. Actually, I'll pull up the show notes from yesterday. Morning tea. Docker. Docker is the other thing. And it could be just a basic intro to Docker. Like, can we potentially take this live chat app and put it into Docker containers? Though this is what we ran it. Like, if you saw it wasn't this one. It was the Maps app. I tried to put Mongo in a container, and it just did not work for me. But we could probably get that working with some troubleshooting. So that's the plan for today. This is the first thing we're gonna do. Cool. I could do something on the community. That's a great suggestion because I have not mentioned it on the stream in a while, and maybe that has a higher priority than Big O and Docker. I could potentially review some pull requests, and then maybe work on a feature if something's out there. But this definitely needs to happen. You're right, Katoli. Cool. Alka helps maintain the most popular Node module for chat, for Twitch chat interfacing. I know, yeah. He works on TMI.js. So I was talking with him about it this morning. Yes, this is what we're going to use. Absolutely. Because and once we start coding, I'll review like the architecture of the app. But basically, we have a backend Express app that contacts the YouTube API to get all of the latest chats. It then emits the latest messages as a socket event, and then our client here receives those socket events and displays the chat messages. So what we're going to do is we're going to integrate TMI on the back end so that the messages that are emitted to the front end include both YouTube and Twitch. We'll probably need to add a special property to say like this came from Twitch or this came from YouTube, and then we'll we'll just be able to display it on the front end. So that's the plan. Anne is asking, if you ever get into rendering tons of geometry on a map, let's talk about vector tile servers. Yeah, definitely. So I'm using Mapbox, and they do have this thing called Mapbox Studio, where you can actually generate your own tile sets. We didn't use that. I'm using just like the default dark theme. But yeah, it would be fun to explore like vector tiles, hosting your own tiles, that kind of stuff. Because I know like a lot of people are turned away from the pricing of a lot of map APIs or SDKs because after a certain number of usages, you start to have pay per request. But you could host it on your own servers, and then you wouldn't have to do that. I mean, you'd pay for the servers, but it could potentially be a lot less money. You don't need to memorize modern code editors and IDs. Yeah, that's the other thing. So like with things like TypeScript definitions and even VS Code can tap into what's the commenting documentation called? JSDoc. Yeah, JSDoc. So VS Code can actually see like if there's a JSDoc comment above a function and it describes what are the parameters, what are the return values. VS Code, like when you type the function name, it will help you and say like what does this function accept and things like that. So yeah, you don't have to memorize it because when you're in the editor, it's gonna help you. It's kind of like embedded documentation. Razvan is saying, I'm a freelancer actually, and I do Angular, React, and Node on the back end. Having an interview on a specific technology is hard because sometimes they ask specific methods. Yeah, and I think it depends on the company because a lot of places are hiring potentially for specifically Angular devs or specifically React devs. And if you're applying for that position, you better know your stuff. But if they're hiring for a general developer position, then you potentially don't have to know the specific methods and things like that. But it depends on what the company is doing or yeah. Hello, Ramona, welcome. Howdy, Reed. Hello, Sean. Domenico says, I was watching your last Code Kata episode and got a notification that you were live. Welcome. Hello. Wally says, whoa, CJ actually owns a chair. Actually, I took this from work. Well, they gave it to me. I asked for it, and then my work let me have this chair. But it's green, like the coding garden. Hello, May. Welcome. Hello, Satya. Have you ever looked into Vue 3 composition API changes? What are your thoughts? Just in passing. If you saw, actually, let's go to my video site. We're gonna take a quick break. You know what I also need to work on? Stream transitions. So when I go from one scene to another scene, right now it just fades. But I've seen a lot of streamers, they have like a custom animation in between scenes. So I want to do that. Maybe I'll work on that today. Custom stream transitions. It's hard to think today. Transitions. Actually, I mean, I've only taken a couple of sips of my caffeinated beverage, so my brain will get going pretty soon. Why did I even pull this up? Oh yeah. So I did some videos a while back on the Vue function-based API. So this live stream, build a Hacker News client with the Vue 3 function-based API. That was the old name. It has a new name now. It's called the Composition API. Which I think is a better name, and it also kind of gets it away from all of the drama surrounding the function-based API. But they've changed a few things. So I think it used to be like value. Now it's called something else. Yeah, I think it's reactive. Is that what it is? Or reactive is for objects. But yeah, they've changed the method name slightly. And I believe the API, you can actually use it directly from Vue itself. You used to have to install a separate library called like Vue Function API, this thing. But now it's the Composition API, and now it exists on the Vue.js organization. So it's a little bit more official. Is it ref? I don't know, but yeah, the API has changed slightly, so it would be fun to explore that. Good plan. Cool. Flutter app anytime soon. I mean, not today or tomorrow, but it's on the radar because I really want to build something with Flutter. It seems pretty cool. Abdelhamid, this live will take 5 hours at least. I mean, I'm probably going to stream for like 8. I mean, the plan is to stream all day. So I'm going to, do as much as I can. Santos Rakaz says, you are awesome. Thank you, Santos. React Native or Flutter, your preference and thoughts. So I've only sort of played around with React Native, built like super basic apps. I have not built anything with Flutter, but I like just looking at the docs and looking at some sample apps, Flutter looks cool. So if I had to choose right now, I'd probably start learning Flutter. PHP or Node.js? I prefer Node.js only because I've been working in it for like over 5 years. I did PHP like a long time ago, probably more than 10 years ago. And I think today, like right now, you can build very similar apps with both. And there's like a modern PHP ecosystem. People are using things like Laravel and other stuff like that. It's still absolutely relevant and comparable and competable with, and competes against Node.js. So yeah. Hello, Kaizen. Welcome. Mikolaj, I checked out your website yesterday. Were you not watching the stream when I did? But yeah, I looked at your site and gave you a little bit of feedback. It wasn't really any feedback because it's a nice website. Yeah, JSDoc was the thing I was looking for. Katoli is saying, I solved your Mongo Docker problem. You only need to remove the environment part. So I think I saw that in the pull request. Like, instead of specifying the root username and password, there's just nothing specified. So I'll probably try that, which seems like it'll work. Alka tried rewriting TMI.js. Oh no, rewriting the docs for TMI, but there's a lot, yeah. The website is not available. Alka doesn't own the TMI domain. Cool. Where do I host my apps? Usually now.sh. So if you go to zeet.co or zeit.co. Why did it go to my dashboard? That's my dashboard, but I use now.sh. And Every now and then, if I need like a dedicated running server, I'll use Lightsail, which is from AWS, but it's super cheap. You can get like a very, very basic machine or virtual machine for $3.50 a month. It has half a gig of memory, 1 core, 20 gigs, terabyte of transfer. This is usually enough for most things that I'm working on, and yeah, it's similar to EC2 because it's, I mean, you get root access to a shell and you can administer that machine all day, but it's super cheap. And this is probably the cheapest you can find it in terms of like the bigger infrastructure as a service providers. Like I know DigitalOcean starts with at the $5 price range. So yeah. Hello, Sciafic. Welcome. I just accidentally clicked that. Oh, yeah, maybe I didn't. Do you have a full-time job now or just YouTuber? I have a full-time job. And then I only stream on YouTube when I can. Lately, I've been doing a lot more often. I've been more motivated to get videos out there. But if you've seen my latest live streams, a lot of them are just kind of like hanging out with the chat and building random things. Whereas my older live streams used to be like prepared, dedicated tutorials. I will get back into that eventually. It's just, it takes time to prepare those things. Adonis.js, yeah, I've looked into that before. Okay, I need to start coding. Because I can talk to the chat all day long. Thoughts on microservice architecture? Any good resources to get deep dive into it? So I've never really built any apps with lots of microservices. I think it's an interesting concept, but I do think a lot of people reach for it when maybe they should just build a monolith, because then you run into potentially like network issues, because now you have lots of little services that are all just existing on the network and they all have to communicate with each other, but they have to communicate over the network, so there's lag there. But yeah, I don't know. To bounce off Joey's question, should you use free hosting for your personal site like Netlify, or will it be extremely slow when someone visits? No, Netlify, I believe, puts it on a CDN. And CDN stands for a Content Delivery Network. Let's see if we can find a fancy image of a CDN. Yeah, I mean, probably something like this. But basically, when you put your site on Netlify, and let's say, I don't know, let's say the Netlify servers are in Europe, they actually create a copy of your website and put it on all of these things called edge servers. And edge servers exist in various countries. So that when someone visits your site, like if someone's in the US and they visit your site, they're going to get served from this edge server, and it's extremely fast because it's like much closer to them. And then someone that is in Asia is going to get served from one of these edge servers. So Netlify uses a CDN, and your site, if you're using the static hosting portion of it, which I think that's all they do, but regardless, you're going to get great speeds because wherever someone in the world is, they're going to get served from the nearest server. Now.sh or Zeit, they do the same thing. What else? If you use AWS and you put your site in an S3 bucket and then expose that over CloudFront, or is it, yeah, CloudFront, that also is a CDN. So you can absolutely put your personal website on Netlify and it will be pretty fast. Yeah, I was trying. Yes, and this is for the specifically for the Maps app. So Maps app. So maybe we'll look into that. Docker the DB, but we can look into that later. Hello, Raul. Where's my manners? Welcome. How do you set up CI/CD on a VPS using PM2? It varies. So CI stands for continuous integration. CD stands for continuous deployment. Honestly, though, you might use something like GitHub Workflows or even like Netlify Publish, because they make it super easy to instantly like publish your latest app once you push up to GitHub. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome. Is it true that big companies, there's office politics? Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely. There's bureaucracy and yeah, office politics, and yes. And I have experience with that, which is why I prefer to work at a much smaller company. Do I have a computer science background, or are you a self-taught programmer? Programmer, not programmer. I got a computer science degree. Yeah. Okay, let's build this app because I haven't coded. I've been streaming for what? Geez, 40 minutes with no code. Okay. So we are going to integrate Twitch chat with the live chat manager. So let's take a look at the source code. Gonna minimize all of this. So we have a client application that's built with Vue.js, and we have a server application that is built with node.js and Socket.io and Express. So the app that you're looking at right now, this is a Vue app running inside of the browser. On the right-hand side, you see the real-time chats coming in. So the latest chat always appears at the top, and we can see a list of all the chats that have come in. And then on the left-hand side is all of the chats and the most recent one that that I have not acknowledged. So these are all chats that have not been acknowledged. So you can see as I'm going through the chat, I click the checkbox, and then it jumps over to the right, and it's grayed out. Basically, so I can make sure that I try to say hello to everyone that says hello in the chat, and this kind of allows me to do that. I can acknowledge questions. I don't have to keep scrolling. Basically, anything I haven't acknowledged is always going to stay on the left-hand side. So if I haven't acknowledged it yet, then I know that I should acknowledge that message. And the point of today is to take the Twitch chat and get it into this tool as well. So not only will I see YouTube chats, I'll also see Twitch chats. So that's what we're going to do today. If we take a look at the back end, it's an Express app. It's got an ESLint config and all that good stuff. And if we look at the index.js, your basic Express app, bringing in all the things you know and love. So Express, we're bringing in Morgan, which is a logger, cores, Passport, because for the YouTube chat, in order to get the current live stream ID, you need to be logged in as a user to get their list of live streams. So I'm using Passport and Google OAuth so that I'll show you what happens. When I first go to this webpage, it lists all of the live streams under my YouTube account as a logged in Google user. Now I don't have the flow fully hooked up. Right now I log in with Google, like copy the token it creates and then put it in my environment variables. That could be more automated, but essentially right now this page lists all of the live streams currently active on the Coding Garden YouTube channel. And then when I click view chat, it uses this chat ID to request from the YouTube API all of the chat messages. So we're using Socket.io to output the latest messages. Let's see. Yeah, we've got some error handlers. That's your basic Express app. But then if we look at our socket, this is just a nice little function that lets you set I/O or get access to I/O. And then in routes, we have get latest messages. So this contacts the YouTube API, which is a RESTful API, to get all of the latest messages. And basically, this is just like an infinite do-while loop. So it will make the request to the YouTube API with these params using my API key to get all of the messages. Well, actually, no, this isn't my API key. This is like an application Google API key, not a user API key. And then this function goes through all of those latest messages. We have an object that contains all of the live chat author IDs, and anytime there's an author we haven't seen before, we push them into there, because basically the messages that get emitted to the front end have, let's see, actually if we look at network, we should be able to see the socket messages. 85,000, this one. So we can see when the page first loads, an event gets emitted with messages / live chat ID, and so this client was listening for that, and we can see the data has what was the channel, what was the ID, and then what was the message that was emitted. So what does the Socket.io library do? We'll talk about that. And then it has published at. I believe ID is potentially the user's ID. Hopefully that's not something that I shouldn't be showing. We'll see. So yeah, and I think you should see. Oh yeah, because so socket messages are emitting the latest messages, but when the page first loads, and so no chats are coming in, so we don't see any socket messages, but when the page first loads, we actually make a REST request. So I've combined REST and sockets because when the page loads, I just make a RESTful request, and this gives me all of the chat messages that have happened. So yeah, and ID, I think, is the user ID that sent the message. I'm gonna hide my screen for a second. I think that's what it is. Yeah, okay. It's not my Google token. Cool. It looks they all kind of look the same, but I'm pretty sure they're different. So or is it channel ID? Maybe it's channel ID, and that gives me the user ID. But regardless, this is an array of all of the chat messages from YouTube. And so when the page first loads, it requests all of those messages. Let's take a stretch. And then it also hits the author's endpoint, and this gives me all of the current users that are in the chat. So yeah, it has their ID, and then their name, their channel URL, their profile image, and that's how all of this info is showing up. And so essentially, it's less data that the socket server has to send, because on the initial page load, we have a list of all the authors and a list of all the messages, and then the WebSocket messages are super simple. Let's look at this one. They are essentially just an array of all the new messages that should be added to the UI. So I'm curious, I'm not seeing any other socket events. And I do see, oh, no, that is the latest message. What does the socket.io lib do? And so that's when this message came in. But because Joe has already sent a message, we didn't need to include all of the author info. There we go, Kaizen sent a message, and if we look, there is the socket event that message came in. And so what happens to retracted messages? They stick around. I haven't handled that yet. So if a message gets deleted or retracted, they're still going to be here because my server already has them in memory. So I haven't handled that yet. But yeah, so these socket messages come in. These are the latest messages, and those get appended to the message list. And so this function, get latest messages, this basically just keeps running. So it requests the latest messages from the YouTube API, and that includes a next page token. So it's a paginated API where the first request will give you like the first 50 messages, or let me see, there's a limit, 2000. Oh, so that will give me the first, I don't know if that's right or not, but potentially this will give me the first 2000 messages, and then it requests the next page, which will have potentially new messages in it. So this while loop just runs over and over again. It requests the latest messages, and then it waits the polling interval millisecond. So the result that it actually gets back from the YouTube API tells it how often it should poll for new messages. So it just waits, and then when it's ready, it uses that next page token to request the next page of messages. So this function is basically just running in the background, collecting all of the latest messages from the YouTube API. And then anytime a new author or like a new user has sent a message, it'll emit an author's event. So the authors will get updated on the front end, and we know their profile image and their name. And then it also emits this messages event with an array of all the latest messages that have come in. And then we have some RESTful endpoints. So when you request /messages, if the if the messages aren't yet running in the background, like listening for new messages from YouTube, this fires it off. Otherwise, it just sends back the array of messages, and then a similar thing happens with authors. The streams endpoint is what was listed on the home page here to show you what streams do you have that you can look at your chat for. So when this page loads, it hits the streams endpoint, which contacts the Google API to see what streams are active for the logged in user, me. Yeah. Hello, Michael. Welcome. I suggest Beaufy for front-end view. Beaufy is pretty sweet. I'm actually using Beautify in this, but yeah. Hello, Gideon. Welcome. What is the name of the plugin in VS Code that shows the size of the libraries? That's known as import cost. This package. Check it out. Yeah. Shiny Coffin says, nice to see you here on Twitch. Thanks, Shiny Coffin. Hello, FZets. I've noticed Twitch usernames are a lot harder to read than YouTube usernames, because YouTube uses the people's real names, and Twitch is like screen names, which is totally fine. I just don't know how to pronounce a lot of them. FZets, welcome. Joe is asking, what does the socket.io library do? So Built into the web browser is this thing called WebSockets. And so this is a browser standard. If we can find the MDN link. Yeah, so WebSockets are built into the web, or most modern web browsers. You can see in browser compatibility which browsers have WebSockets enabled. And in here, I believe I can say WebSocket, and that's a thing. That is something that you can use in JavaScript without installing any external libraries. WebSockets exist. And WebSockets are a way of enabling real-time communication between a client and a server. So when you're connected in a WebSocket, think of it as just a direct pipe to the server. And there's this pipe, and the server can send you messages through that pipe, and you can send the server messages through that pipe, but it's always open. It's a persistent connection. And this allows us to create real-time applications because the server can tell us when new things have happened. So our server is basically telling this client when new messages have occurred so that they can show up on the front end. So that's WebSockets inside of the browser. On the server, you basically need a socket server that clients can connect to. So in our Express application, that's essentially what we're using Socket.io for. So Socket.io allows us to create a socket server that WebSocket clients can connect to. And then on the client side, so I haven't showed the client side code yet. Right now we're just looking at backend code. If we look at the client side, it has the Socket.io client library. And if we look at our message component, oh, not our message component, I think the chat view. Yeah, when the chat view loads, it should create, yeah, so this right here, socket equals IO API URL. So the client connects to the socket backend. But the cool thing about Socket.io is that it works. It allows you to not only use WebSockets, but if someone is using an older web browser that doesn't support WebSockets, it can fall back to things like long polling. So long polling is a way of allowing the server to send you messages, and it's what we did before things like WebSockets existed. What is HTTP long polling? So basically, long polling is you make the request, and the server leaves that request open. And if it has something for you, it will respond. And this is just plain old HTTP. So think of it like a GET request that doesn't complete immediately. You say, hey, server, do you have anything for me? And then if the server has anything for you within the timeout, so let's say within 10 seconds, it'll just do an HTTP response. And you're like, thank you, server. And then you send another request that's going to stay open. And basically, this just happens over and over again. And if the server didn't have anything, it would have responded, hey, I don't have anything. Close the connection and request again. So that's long polling. And the Socket.io library will fall back to this if the browser that your user is using doesn't support WebSockets. And then I guess if for whatever reason it doesn't support this, or I don't know about the fallback order, but there is an actual Flash embed. I don't know if they have this anymore, but if you're using like a really old IE browser and it doesn't even support, I guess, long polling or WebSockets, then it will actually use like a Flash embed that communicates with the server. So the cool thing about Socket.io is it hides all of those implementation details from you. On the client, all you have to do is say, connect to this server. When I receive this message, do this thing. When I receive this other message, do this other thing. So that's why Socket.io is great, because it hides all the implementation details. But technically, if you weren't using Socket.io on the front end, you would just be using the direct WebSocket API that's built into the browser. So that's what Socket.io does. Yep. Has a way to pub sub directly with the YouTube API. So there is no pub sub, and that's why on the back end, we're actually just polling the YouTube API. So at least when I initially built this, there was no way to get real-time events from YouTube. So basically what you have to do is you have to hit this RESTful endpoint, and you have to poll this RESTful endpoint. So you make a request, it'll respond, you wait a few seconds, you make a request again, it'll respond. And so the back end is kind of hiding that logic. And the front end is basically just getting the latest socket events whenever the back end has detected a new message. Can I do a video on React Router? I believe I've talked about it before. Did I do a React extravaganza? Let's see. This one, 101 ways to deploy a React website. The first part of the video, I actually, it's like the first hour of the video, I build a React app and I use routing specifically because I show you on all of these different deployment services like Netlify Drop and Surge and now, if you're using React Router, you have to do some special configuration to make sure that it works when you're deployed. So this, if you watch this stream, you'll learn a little bit about React Router and then also how to set it up for deployment. You gotta learn to read anything, yeah. Finally, someone using Vue. I love Vue. I love Vue. I also love you. I love you. I love you all. I love you all. What do I think of Sock.js? I've definitely heard of it. I think it does a similar thing as Socket.io. Like it hides the implementation details. But I've pretty much always used Socket.io. Yeah, let's look at their website, sockjs.org. Why do you need the front end why do you need a server when the front end could just communicate directly to YouTube? It probably couldn't. So this particular endpoint for messages does not have cores enabled. So you would need a server to make that request for you. And then this server has the cores module on it. So when my client makes a request to it, it has all the right headers set. But yeah, the client couldn't actually call this endpoint directly. And then the other aspect of this is the code that I'm about to write, which I haven't written. Like my streams are just turning into me talking. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost an hour. I haven't written any code, but the idea is when I'm going to embed Twitch chat in here. And so the server is going to do all the communication with the Twitch API to get the latest Twitch messages, and the client won't have to change at all. Probably the only thing we'll do on the client is differentiate between YouTube and Twitch messages, but the client will just keep on working and our server will start sending Twitch chat events as well. So yeah. I love you all. Yeah, and that's the other thing is on the back end, all of my API keys are hidden. So if I look at my sample env, I have a Google client ID and secret for doing Google OAuth, an API key for talking to the YouTube API, and then a token, which is my specific user token, the logged in user token, that tells me what are the current live streams for the current user with this token. So yeah. Socket.io is a bit of a dead project. I wouldn't say Socket.io is dead. There are a lot of people using Socket.io. But yeah, it's possible that Sock.js has potentially a better performance. Oh, they don't have a website. It just links back to the links back to the GitHub. Yeah, I saw someone do a meetup talk, and I think they were using Sock.js specifically because their backend was, I think it was Spring. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Did I send that message on YouTube too? The video? Yeah, check out that video. Do you have a timer for API requests to request messages, for example, every 2 seconds? Yeah, so it's not a timer, it's a set timeout. So on the back end, this function will get the latest messages, and then afterwards, it's going to wait for the polling interval milliseconds. So polling interval milliseconds actually comes back from the YouTube API, and it's a number of milliseconds that it's saying it's the minimum number of seconds you should wait before requesting from the YouTube API again. I built this a long time ago. I built this over a year ago, but if you go back and watch that live stream, you can see that YouTube was giving me an error message. It was like, hey, you're asking for stuff way too often. And so it turns out if you use the polling interval milliseconds that they give you back in the response, that's how often you should ask them for messages. But yeah, this is the thing that's asking for messages every certain number of seconds. Can the Babel transpiler convert Beaufy or Beautify code to be understandable by IE? Yes. You would probably want to use something like Core.js as well. So Core.js has polyfills for older browsers that don't support certain JavaScript features. So yeah, and if you're using the Vue CLI, I think it has that enabled by default. So there's that. So that's the JavaScript aspect. You could be using things in CSS that IE doesn't understand, and for that, you probably want to use PostCSS, which can add browser-specific prefixes. But then also, there could be things that just aren't supported by that browser at all, and then you would need some sort of like CSS polyfill. It really varies depending on what IE browser you're trying to support. Robin says, "Aha! I'm here during a React live stream." No, this is Vue. We're using Vue. It isn't a React stream. Tune in later though. So the plan is later on. Look at do I have my to do? That's the wrong to do. Later, I am going to be working on that Maps app with React. Okay, this is my longer break timer. I've written 0 codes, but I'm gonna take a quick break, rest my voice. When I come back, we're gonna install TMI.js. We're gonna get the Twitch chat messages going on the back end, and hopefully, fairly easily, we can get those Twitch messages showing up on our chat manager. So I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back, and also I'll be streaming all day. So just keep an eye on the channel, and you can watch the stuff that I'm streaming later. So after I finish this, I am gonna create a new YouTube event for the feathers stuff, because I am going to let me pull it up before I go, just so you all know what I'm working on. Yeah, so I started working on the feathers guide a while back, but I never finished the chat front end, so I need to do that, and that's what I'll be doing after I finish my my chat manager. And then after that, I'm going to be working on that React and Mapbox app. So stay tuned. If you've got things to do today, it's the weekend. Maybe the weather is good where you are in the world, so like go enjoy the outside. Come back later. I don't know. But I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Yeah, see you soon. That's me. This is also me. Ah! Hello, friends. I'm back. Okay. Got a few chat messages to catch up on, and then I'm just gonna code. Most of my streams lately have just been turned into me just talking to the chat, which is fun. It's totally fun. But I realize a lot of other people want to see me write some code, so I'm gonna do that. But let's catch up. What does a guild mean on Discord? I think a guild is just a server. So like the Coding Garden guild is the Coding Garden server. Make a dedicated video on the core server. I solved that with my proxy method with Nux.js. I might have one. It's probably like really old, but let's just search for cores. Introduction to cores. Yeah, this is really old. This is actually a video that I recorded while I was teaching a class. So there's actually a class of like 30 people, but we talk about what is cores. We make a request and get the cores error. Then we use a proxy to get around it. We use JSON P to get around it. I don't know if I talk about creating a custom server to get around it, but yeah, that's a thing. What is your VS Code accent color? Do you mean my what do you call it? My theme, my color theme. This is a Seti Monokai. So if you go to the Coding Garden GitHub, if you search for VS Code, I see the Twitch chat. Yeah, Alka's in the chat, and he's the TMI.js maintainer. But let's just look at this message. What do you think of the TMI.js as a project? It's gone through long periods of being dead. The last 18 months with no commits is when Twitch.js was created, and it didn't support VIP users. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm using it because Alka has been a long time watcher and he's been a mod on Coding Garden. But I think Alka has mentioned that, or at least, yeah, I mean the last commit 17 days ago. Are there other there are other branches too. So it's fairly active. I have not heard of, and I've done no prior research. I just plan on using TMI. But yeah, Twitch.js is a thing. I could potentially maybe use that. I don't know. I'm gonna use TMI. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, go here, search for VS Code settings, and in this repo, there's a link to my theme, Seti Monokai. And that's what I use. Trent says, "Could you please say happy birthday to Jess? Happy birthday, Jess." If I had my guitar down here, I would sing you happy birthday, but I don't. You know what? I don't. You know, I'm gonna tune my ukulele. I feel like just hanging out. Okay, I'm gonna write code eventually. I'm gonna go get my ukulele. I'll be right back. Hello, got my ukulele. It's got cat on it. Cat eyes. And actually, I'm gonna use the ukulele tuner that Coding Train built. Let's find it. Coding Train. If you're not subbed to Coding Train, check out Coding Train. You're probably subbed to Coding Train because Coding Train is awesome. But he made a ukulele tuner using pitch detection, a machine learning model that does pitch detection. There's that. Live demo. Here we go. Allow it. it's pretty good. Cool. All right. So I don't know the chords to Happy Birthday, but I do know these chords. And those chords, you can pretty much sing any song in that key. Someone with all the fire jets. Don't spam the chat, but thank you. Happy birthday to you. Well, happy birthday to you. Well, happy birthday to Jess. Well, happy birthday to you. There you go. Happy birthday, Jess. All right, what's the difference between routing on the front end and routing on the back end? There's a lot of differences. I mean, conceptually, it's the same. So based on some URL, you want to do something. On the back end, typically the routes correspond to HTTP methods and paths. So a route in Express, and we can look at some of the basic routes that I have in here. Like this one. So this says, when the server receives a GET request on the URL /streams, this function is going to run, which is going to do some stuff and ultimately respond with JSON. So that's a backend route. It maps HTTP requests to actual functions in your backend code. Routing on the front end typically routes to a specific view. And so if we look at our client, I actually do have routes set up on the client. And just two basic routes. And the way the view router works is you give it a path and you tell it what component should show when that path is, when it is that path on the front end. So typically your routing on the front end is given a path, show a certain component or show a certain view. Conceptually kind of the same, but different things are happening. Like the front end is showing a UI, whereas the back end is doing some sort of server-side logic based on that specific route. But yeah. These buttons do nothing. Hello, Giovanni. Can you please shed some light on CSS and JS? Yeah, I talked about it a little bit yesterday. I need to write, I keep saying I need to write some code. But yeah, check out the live stream from yesterday, and you can see me talking about CSS and JS. Shh. Yeah, Robin was saying it's not React, so they're out. Can you show how we compile a node package using Webpack and then do the changes in that package? Eventually, yes. I like you, CJ. You are so funny. Thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate that. What does cherry picking mean in Git? In Git, a cherry pick is when you take one specific commit and apply it to your current branch. So a lot of times, you may be working on one branch, and then on some other branch there are several commits. But what if you only want the code from like one of those commits? A cherry pick will allow you to cherry pick that commit and apply it on top of your current code. Yeah. For my timer, I'm using Timeout by Dejal. It's a Mac only application, but I've been using it for a very long time. I love it. I support them. You can be a 12-month supporter and you get some extra features. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, Robin's got it for the cherry picking. Coding on my talking stream? I'm stuck on implementing, Sujana is saying, I'm stuck on implementing role-based router on the same path. It's doable. It does get complicated though. Basically, like you have one particular path and if the user is an admin, you want to show them one thing, but if they're not an admin, you want to show them another thing. Yeah, it's a thing. Would I be interested in looking into Golang? Asks Alvin. Eventually. So I mentioned my friend Berto might come on the stream eventually. Can I go to Popeyes? He does a lot of Go. Maybe we can do some pairing streams. Karthikeyan with the fire emojis. And Robin, yeah, you're still a mod. You're still a mod, Robin. Stavros, hello, welcome. Sujan says, sing happy birthday. I did sing happy birthday. Hopefully that Jess enjoyed that happy birthday. Can I go to Popeyes? Does Popeyes have the chicken sandwich available? Because, you know, like I don't really keep track of the news. I don't watch the news. I hardly go on Reddit anymore. So I did not know that Popeyes released a chicken sandwich. And when I found out, they're already like they had already gotten to the point where they don't have chicken sandwiches anymore. I am a big fan of the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, and so I definitely wanted to try this. I've watched a lot of YouTube videos. Like, I don't know how. Like, I didn't know that Popeyes had released a chicken sandwich until like a month after it had happened, and now I'm watching all these YouTube videos of people enjoying the Popeyes chicken sandwich, and I want to enjoy the chicken sandwich too. But it looks like it still says be right back, so I'm not gonna go to Popeyes because they don't have the chicken sandwich yet. So thanks for the suggestion, P-Dub, but it's not gonna happen. Zuber is asking, am I making this YouTube chat manager on Vue? Yeah, so if you click the link in the description, the code is up on GitHub and the front end is built with Vue. Yeah, and Alco is mentioning, so like the TMI.js website, the domain doesn't work anymore, so you do have to go to the documentation here to see the docs, which is potentially why some people think it's not maintained anymore. Yeah, like this site doesn't work, but you can use the docs in the GitHub repo. Hello, Brooks, welcome. Hello, Mishka, welcome to the stream. All right, let's write some code. CJ, it's almost lunchtime, but we need to write some code. So I'm going to install TMI.js in the backend. Here's the plan. Install TMI.js in our server right here. And then in this file where I'm getting all the YouTube messages, I need to get the Twitch messages as well. And then we'll emit socket events and stuff like that. Though while I am thinking about it, there was a pull request on the live chat manager. Bohan created some custom styles. I had some comments, but I might as well maybe it didn't add my comment, but I might as well just merge it. So he added some custom styles where, like, if it's a YouTube chat, it'll show up red. If it's Twitch, it'll show like that. Eventually, I want to integrate Discord chat as well, and it would show up like that. So I'm just gonna merge this in. Merge, confirm merge, and then I'll pull down the latest on the client. So for on the client, I'll do git pull origin master. Should get the latest changes. And if I refresh the page, cool, it has that. But one thing he added, so if we look at the code, on the message component, he's adding this custom style based on the platform, and then there's a custom style for YouTube and Twitch, etc. So we need a platform property on the messages that we send from the server. So let's just go ahead and do that, because right now, any message that we create, like right here, needs to have the platform YouTube. Like that. That said, all of the existing messages won't have the platform on it, so let's do this. Whenever we request the latest messages, well, if honestly, just because I just changed the server code, it's gonna restart. So, hey, cool. So if it's a YouTube chat, it shows up as red, and then once we integrate the Twitch chat, it'll show up as like the purple Twitch color. Brooks is asking, are there any issues on your chat app we can solve for Hacktoberfest points? No, but that's a great suggestion, because if you look at the to-do list, there's a lot of stuff that we eventually want to add. So I could open up issues and people could contribute. Absolutely. Let me put that on my other to-do. Cool. All right, so we've got Bohan's latest changes. Thank you, Bohan, for submitting this pull request. Now, we need to integrate Twitch chat. And you can see there's actually a bug up here, because the way I'm handling acknowledged messages, oh, if I delete that, there's going to be a ton that I need to acknowledge. Oh, well. There's some bugs here that need to be fixed. I got to click 75 times. Fire. Break timer. Ugh. Oh, also, Brooks, you like the new chair? I only have one, but I'm gonna go pick up another one from work probably tomorrow morning. And then when you come on the show tomorrow, you'll have a chair too, a nice green chair. Um, I accidentally acknowledged this. Can I unacknowledge? No. But Nicholas is asking: is there a particular reason for the the hash URL in View Apps? Total noob on the topic. Just curious. Yeah. So on the client side, the browser does have this thing called the history API where it can actually modify the URL without going anywhere. So if I had it enabled, we could actually make the front end look like that instead of like that. But I do prefer the hash URLs because it's easier for deployment. But essentially, if you just look up, I don't know, HTML hash path, I'll find something. Actually, we'll see it on Wikipedia. Let's search Wikipedia for JavaScript. And I can show you it in action. So if you're ever on a web page and they have links to titles on the page, so this is the JavaScript Wikipedia article, but if I click something in the contents, this is a link to a place in the page itself. So if I click this, watch the URL, boom, the URL changes to hash and then the title name. And if we inspect the source, this element actually has ID beginnings at Netscape, which matches the hash URL. So this hash in the URL is something that's been in browsers for a very long time, and it essentially allows you to link to somewhere on that given page, within the page. And yeah, so that's it, and that exists in the browser. It's been there for a long time. Now, what client-side libraries are doing is they're tapping into the fact that we can listen for hash changes, and they're using that as their router system. So under the hood, View Router sees anything after the hash, and that's what it uses for the client-side routes to know to show the chat page. Or if I go to the root, it knows to show the list of live streams. Oh no! Invalid credential. I need to get Google OAuth officially working, honestly. But give me a second. I need to update my API key. Actually, I don't have to do that. I'm not going to update my API key. But if it was working on that page, I would have seen a list of all live streams. So that was like one route. And the URL was just like //. And then when I click it, the URL changes to //chat. And View under the hood sees that. And it's like, oh, I'm going to show a new component. But yeah. Pranchal is asking, when is a day in the life vlog coming? Soon. I kind of want to do like film myself working at work and show like a stand-up meeting and stuff like that. It'll happen soon. Yeah, and Alka's got it. Okay, so on our backend, we need to install TMI.js. So let's look at the TMI.js documentation. Let's do this. And so TMI is a library that will allow us to tap into the Twitch API to get all of the latest chat messages. One of the maintainers is Alka, who's both in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. But so if we have any issues, Alka I'm sure is gonna be able to help us out. But it should just work, right? It's just gonna work. So we're gonna go into our server folder, and just to show you really quick, the way I have this app set up is two separate folders. The client is a Vue CLI generated application, and then server is our Express app. I'm going to install TMI in the server folder. Not that. npmi tmi.js. Yeah. Yeah, Alka is saying the messages are live. It's IRC without history. You must track it yourself. And I'm already doing that in my tool because I basically have just a big array of in-memory messages. So I'm going to be able to see the history already because that's kind of how I'm doing it with YouTube as well. Oh yeah, the shrug does look weird. What's up with that? Cool. So we have TMI. Let's close that. And now we need to use it. So in the browser, you do that. In Node, I'm sure we're just going to import it in. So let's go to the documentation. Should fix that, Alka. the main link on the repo links to the domain, but we want to go to this documentation. Index. Okay, so we've installed it. What's next? I want to use it. Configuration. So we bring it in. We need some options. And we can listen for a given channel. Do I need to pass in like a username and password? So this is, okay, yeah, so this is an OAuth password on Twitch. Twitch chat OAuth password generator. Yeah, so basically I can log in, but I won't use my my thing. Oh, but Alka says I can ignore it for anonymous. Cool. So that honestly, I guess that should just work. So I can leave off identity, and then we should just get all of the latest messages. So we do client.connect. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so in the server side code, right here where I'm bringing in or I'm making like the YouTube requests, this is where I'll bring in TMI, and we call it TMI. So TMI equals require TMI.js. Cool. Then we'll need to configure it. So we'll create a new TMI client with some options. Let's do that right here. Let's call it Twitch client. And we do say new TMI.client. And so earlier we were talking about like how do you memorize methods and stuff like that. This is an example of VS Code helping me out. So the TMI package is either using JS stock or it has TypeScript definitions. And so when I say TMI dot something, it actually shows me what's available. So I can do dot client and pass in the options. I wonder if can I click that? No. And now I need to specify some stuffs. Alka is saying suggest using the capitalized client. All right, let's do that. That does make, like, typically when you're creating a new instance in JavaScript, your constructors, you do want them to have a capital letter. Oh, and then I can install types TMI. I'm not using TypeScript though, so I'm just gonna go with like what it's already detecting. Okay, so we can pass in some options. Debug is true. Do this. So Alka says we can ignore identity. Basically, I'm not going to be, at least right now, I'm not going to be sending any messages from the manager. I just want to see the latest chat messages. So this should be good. I'm guessing debugging is going to show us some nice logging, reconnect, secure connection, and then the channel we want is coding garden. Cool. And then I do need to do client.connect. I'm going to look further in the docs though and see how do we listen for messages. So events. So there are actions, chat, received message on the channel. Yeah, so client on chat, then we get all that good stuff. Cool. So let's do it. We'll do Twitch client dot connect, and then we'll say Twitch client, when you receive a chat message, don't listen to my own, I want to listen to my own messages. Let's just log all of this stuff. So we'll have channel, we'll have user state, message, and self. Cool. It might already be installing it for you. It's probably in the node modules if your package does depend on it. Cool. So now with that, we should see some logging, hopefully. Joined coding garden. All right, send Twitch messages. Sorry. Oh, there they are. Yeah. Sweet. This is gonna be too easy. We're almost done. So the channel, we do get the user state, and this is interesting because it does say like, are they a mod? Are they a subscriber? And then we have message. Yeah. So we have the display name. I I guess by default, we're not getting like a user avatar. I'm guessing we would have to just hit the Twitch API separately to like get a avatar for a given username. But for now, let's just have no icon, but we do have username. And does it give us? Yeah, so ID, I believe, is the user ID, because that's basically how I'm structuring things right now. I have the YouTube IDs of all the YouTube users, and so we're essentially just going to put in a row for the user. Yeah, here it is, user ID. That's the one we're going to want. Okay, so if we take a look how we're doing it for YouTube, basically we're creating this nice little message object. Let's call it event, because this is going to be the thing that we emit. The message is just going to be the message property that we got. Platform is going to be Twitch. We need to fix published at and channel ID. But if I look back at my logs, the ID should just be message.userstate.id. Okay, so Alka's helping us out. Isn't this great? Like, literally the maintainer of the library is watching the stream. Yeah, avatar requires an API call. I'll do that. So ID is the chat ID. That's the one I want. User ID is the user's ID. Chat message ID is the individual message. The Helix API has a smaller response and is easier. Would that be if I'm trying to get the avatar? Is that what you mean by that? Okay, so the message ID is going to be user state.id, because that's going to be the individual message ID. And then channel ID is going to be, because before this was specifically for YouTube, but in my case, because we're talking Twitch, channel ID should be the user ID. So this should be user state at user ID. Random question, Alka. Why is it using dash case? It does make it so that you have to bracket notation. Is that just, it's been that way for a while, or is this how IRC? Yeah, IRC. So IRC is sending it back that way. That makes sense. User type mod. Let's go ahead and include that. So we'll say like is mod. We'll say user state at user type equals mod. So if they're a mod, that's going to be set to true. And then do we have a date? We have TMI sent times TS. Okay, user type is deprecated. Look at user state.badges.moderator. So if moderator is 1, then they are a moderator. So let's look at someone who wasn't a moderator. And then badges is null. Okay, so we can account for that. So we'll say isMod is user state dot badges and user state dot badges dot moderator is equal to 1. So if this property is specified and if the value is 1, then we know that that user is a mod. Cool. And then published at, I'm guessing, is TMI sent timestamp. So the 1 indicates something in the badges API for a specific version of an image. Moderator will just have the 1 version, but subscriber badges and possibly other badges can have multiple versions or levels. Oh, I see. Is it possible that badges is an array? So if you have more than 1 badge, it's an array, and then you have to find the one that is moderator? Honestly, I'll ignore that for now. I think we'll potentially add it later. But yeah, we could run into a bug where there are multiple things. I guess I could look at the API, but oh no. It's an object where the keys are the badge name. Because look, Alka has the Overwatch League Insider. Yeah, so the keys are the badge names. And so if we see a key that is moderator, we know that they are a moderator. Okay, we'll leave that then. And then I just want to double check. So I do have timestamps for the YouTube chats. This is my break timer. Let's take a stretch. So, yeah, I want to look at the current YouTube chat messages that are happening, because I'm gonna see what format. I probably should not have done that. Yeah. Some messages are missing now from YouTube. It's weird. If the server restarts, for whatever reason, the YouTube Messages API doesn't give you all of the messages from the live stream. It's only like the past few hundred, which is kind of weird. Just popping by to smash that like button. Have fun. See you later. Can't stop making a Java app. See you later, Noble Savage. Thanks for dropping by. Hey CJ, not to distract you, but how do you get your terminal to have different colors like that? Not a distraction at all, Cam. Thanks for asking. So I'm using on a Mac a thing called iTerm 2, and it does have a way of customizing your profile. And in there, this is where I've set all of my colors. But beyond that, also in my Bash profile, I have some custom things in there that will color the output based on what it is, like when you're doing an LS and stuff like that. But specifically, the theme is right here. And I believe you can choose a theme. I just have my own custom theme. I really like the black background with lime text. So that's what I use. Oh yeah, Alka, you should work at Twitch. I wonder how it is working. Actually, Alka, did you go to TwitchCon? I've seen so many live streamers talking about TwitchCon and stuff. I don't know. Autobec says, thank you for your tutorials. They are so cool. Thank you, Autobec. What's a cool thing you learned in your CS degree that someone in a bootcamp might not learn? Any concept you'd recommend reading up on? So I had to take computer architecture, and I literally designed a 16-bit computer on paper as part of my final exam. So I literally had to diagram like the ALU, the arithmetic logic unit. We had to build adders and subtractors from just basic what are they called? Switches. There's a term for it. What are all the little things on a CPU? I forget, but those things. So, but we learned about like how all of that connects together, and we learned from the basics. So I took a digital design course, and yeah, we basically designed NAND gate, like not and gates and OR gates, all from scratch, like with logic gate transistors. That's it, transistors, which are basically switchers. Thank you, Doc. So that's really cool. I mean, I literally never use any of that in my day-to-day job, but it's cool to see like how things work at such a low level. But yeah, basically you use transistors to build logic gates, and then you use logic gates to build things like an XOR operation or an OR operation or an AND operation, and then you can use those things to build an add operation or a subtract operation. And then you have all these operations, and that essentially becomes the commands that your CPU knows. And so a 16-bit computer would have 16 different commands, like add, subtract, move, all these different things. So that's interesting. And as a bootcamp grad, you'd probably never learn any of that. But like I said, is it useful in my day-to-day job? No. But is it cool to learn? Yeah, I thought it was awesome. So there's that. And then... yeah, I mean, I guess as a bootcamp grad, you're typically, or a bootcamp student, you're typically focusing on useful things. So like things that you'll be using on your job, and like concepts that you're going to be using on a day-to-day basis. Whereas a computer science degree is there's a lot of theory. So I mean, I took a systems programming class where we coded in C and we coded in Bash. And we learned all about the low-level stuff in Linux. And we also, in I think the second class after that, I forget what it was called, but we actually implemented our own terminal. So like we built a parser for incoming commands, and we would execute system commands, and we just did a lot of low-level stuff. But like I said, am I using that on a day-to-day basis? No, but it's cool to know that stuff. So I don't know. Carlos is saying Twitch link, twitch.tv/codinggarden. There it is. That badges thing is where the JS optional chaining would be helpful. Yeah. So Kaizen is mentioning, I think it's a stage 3 proposal, so it should be in the next version of ECMAScript. But what it would allow you to do is do that. This is invalid syntax right now, but what this says is if badges is defined, then get the moderator property from it. But if it's not defined, then we're going to say undefined equals 1, which is false. That's the optional chaining thing, which is pretty sweet. It doesn't exist yet in an official capacity. I think you can get a Babel plugin for it. Yeah, I had asked if Alka had went to TwitchCon. I think he just said he didn't. If you want to check for mod, you technically need to also check global mod, staff, and all that stuff as well. I have no idea, so I'm totally new to TMI. I see, because badge is raw, and then they parsed it. I think that's what Alka was talking about. But I would hope that someone couldn't create a badge just called moderator and apply it to themselves. Like, they have to actually be a mod. Yeah. Oh, Alka is saying, I hope to go next year. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Alka's all over Twitch. Like, Alka created TMI. Like, he's a mod on, like, hundreds, maybe thousands of channels. Like, Alka is Twitch. Hello, Terminal. Logic gates for sure, yeah. ATD is asking, do universities not really teach scripting languages? I could see starting students off with Java and C might discourage people from the field. At least when I went to school, which was, I guess, over 10 years ago now. That's what they were doing. But I have seen boot camps popping up at universities. And I had a recruiter reach out to me because I was a teacher at a coding school. And they reached out to me because the university, or like Denver University, has a six-month coding boot camp program that is essentially like a competitor to all these other coding schools. So universities are starting to do that. In terms of, does the computer science curriculum do that? I don't know. I know some universities do teach web development, and so you will learn like web technologies, but it's not the core language you use for learning programming. Yeah. I see. So just check for the moderator. I see. So I don't have to compare it to one. Just see, is there a moderator badge? Because later on, I guess it could be like version 2 or something like that. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, and these two are the badges. So moderator badge, and then the Overwatch League. Is that what that was? Oh, okay. So Alka changed his badges. Let's look at the latest messages. Say this one. Yeah, and so now moderator's still there, but he has the GLHF badge. Okay, that makes sense. Joe is asking, in the event, any reason why you're using bracket notation? Specifically because this is not a valid JavaScript property. So because it has dashes in it, I actually couldn't do .user ID. I'm not getting a syntax error, but JavaScript will complain about this. What this says is user state.user minus ID, which doesn't make any sense. So in JavaScript, if you have a property that isn't using a standard naming, you do need to use bracket notation to make sure you get that property. If you save a file, hello Giovanni, if you save a file in a synchronous FS way, file system, and the server restarts, the startup of a file with an empty array, yes, absolutely. So that's basically what's happening here. Anytime I change this code, the server restarts and the messages array is totally empty. But then it reaches out to the Google API again, builds that array back up of the latest messages it has access to, and then it emits that as a socket event. So right now I'm not storing these messages in the database. They're just in memory. So anytime the server restarts, it needs to get all of them. And that's also why you see this bug in my count here, because that count is based on when the page first loaded. But when the server restarts, it gets potentially less messages from the YouTube API, and so now the count is off. Yeah, and Derek got it. Hello, Derek. Welcome. Logic gates. Yeah, I was thinking of transistors because transistors are like the base. Like everything is built off of transistors. You can use transistors to build logic gates, and then this idea of CPUs getting faster, Moore's law. Like every 18 months, you can double the amount of transistors you put on a CPU chip. So transistors are like the lowest level of computation, and then you use multiple transistors connected together to do other fancy things. Yeah. I went to Louisiana Tech University. That's where I got my computer science degree. 16 operations or operations limited to 16 bits. 16-bit CPUs can definitely have more than 16 operations. Specifically, this one just did have 16 operations, but also those operations were could perform on 16-bit numbers. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you can have more than that, but that's basically just how it lined up. So you're doing 16-bit operations, and you had 16 different commands that you were working with. And that was kind of my understanding at the time, because like a 32-bit CPU actually had 32 different set of instructions. But yeah, hello Ricky, welcome. Is it TypeScript already? I don't know. Is TMI.js TypeScript? It's a blue screen. I just saw the Twitch messages. You can see my shadow. But I specifically have a blue screen because this is the coding garden, and I used to have like plants, and those are green, or I would wear a green shirt, and then the green screen would hide it. So you can see I have green here and green there. So yeah, it's a blue screen. Yeah, let's look at the library. It looks like it's just JavaScript. Yeah, it's just JavaScript. Alicia is saying, as a current CS student, it's all theory. I'm in the theory of automata this semester. I regret not boot camping all the time. At the same time, though, I mean, you're already that far into it. Like, if you're doing, like, finite state automata and stuff like that, I feel like there's so many things I learned that I am just not aware that I learned, because it definitely gives me a much deeper understanding of like how computers work, and in turn like how JavaScript works and what's really happening behind the scenes, instead of just having like a surface level understanding. I mean, of course you can always dive deeper and learn that stuff, not through college, but I think I tend to underestimate how getting a CS degree affects what I know about things, or how I'm able to do things or understand things. But yeah. Hello, Programming with Peter. We're working on this chat manager here, so we're minutes away from getting Twitch messages embedded in this chat. So right now, if it shows up as red, it's a YouTube chat, but I want to get Twitch messages over here as well. Oh, go to V2 branch for TypeScript. Okay, so the V2 of TMI is written with TypeScript. Cool. Okay, what I wanted to check is if we look in the network tab, what I wanted to see was, oh, am I missing the latest messages? I might be. I need to fix that. Honestly, what I also need to do is, well, I'm gonna have to keep resetting these acknowledge messages. But what I wanted to see is, in the messages I get back from my server, what does the timestamp look like from YouTube? Oh, it's an empty array. And that means the WebSocket event would have all of the messages. Yep, here they are. Published at. So it is a timestamp string. So I think I potentially need to convert that Unix timestamp this. And I think that's a Unix timestamp. Yes. So I can create a date object and then pass that in. So let's do that here. So the published at is going to be user state at TMI sent TS, and then I'll pass that into a date object. Will the date object accept that as a string too? I have to convert it to a number. So new date. Yeah, Alka's got it. So take it, convert it to a number like that, and that should be it. Cool. I think what I need to do also is I need a user object. So that's the event, that's the message that just happened from Twitch. But I also need the author of the message. So yeah, and Dev Kev, hello Dev Kev, is asking why the plus sign. So in JavaScript, basically if you have a string and you put a plus sign in front of it, it coerces it into a number. So it basically says like nothing plus that string equals the number version of it. The other way to do it is to pass it into the number constructor, and that'll do it too, but it's like a shorthand. Yeah. Yeah, so it's basically the same thing as passing it into the, not the same thing, because technically the plus sign makes JavaScript coercion kick in, but that ultimately would do the same thing. Oh yeah, and then there's parse int, parse float. So number creates a new number. Parse int specifically will chop off any decimals, but parse float will include the decimals. But the thing is, in JavaScript, everything's a float no matter what. Parse int is just, it's basically like a math round. Like you parse it to a number and drop the decimal. Which is the fastest? I don't know, but for my application, I would think the plus sign is probably slower, because the algorithm for coercion has to kick in. Whereas if you call a function like parse int or parse float, it just immediately knows what to do. Yeah, let's spend an hour benchmarking them all. That's exactly what I'm not going to do. Mainly because it doesn't matter. This is a simple application. Like, it does it in milliseconds. And Alka is mentioning this bitwise operator does it as well. I probably wouldn't use this in my code base just because it's so weird. You have to kind of know what it does to understand it. I do use the plus sign in my apps. Mainly because I've gotten so used to it. Like, if I need to convert something to a number, just throw a plus sign in front of it. But yeah. Okay. They're still teaching C as a first language in my computer science degree in France. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but again, someone mentioned it earlier, it could turn people off to the idea of like pursuing that field, which is why I like to start with fairly easier things, get people interested, and then once you know enough, you can start to learn how does it work under the hood and that kind of thing. Hello, Hitesh, welcome to the stream. Yeah, there are always pros and cons. And it also comes down to like code style. You might just have on your team a rule that says if we're converting numbers, we do it one specific way just to be consistent. Rick is saying, it's those small tips like bracket notation that we like you. Appreciate it. Any plan on doing something with Python, Django? I think eventually. A lot of people have asked about it. I've written Python in the past. I've only barely played around with Django, but it would be fun to build something. Oh, they meant the optional chaining is already in TypeScript. That's interesting. Hello, Hitesh. I'm doing good. It's a good day. C surely helped me learn Java and JavaScript faster, but it was a pain. Yeah. It's interesting. There's a lot of arguments around education, like should a student start from first principles? So if you're writing C, it's basically the lowest high-level language you can use, because if you go even lower, you're either writing assembly code or machine code. So like C is very close to the metal in that you have to manage memory. Everything is statically typed. It's very confined and low level. But a lot of people argue, well, oh, you need to know how these things work under the hood before you use something like JavaScript or Java, which is a much higher level language because there's a lot of intermediate steps. But I disagree. I say start with simpler, get your feet wet, understand how all this stuff works, and then eventually you can start to learn like what's under the hood. But yeah. I look, the excluded messages is showing on the chat manager. Yeah, so Oh, yeah. If someone deleted a message or something like that, they're still going to show up. I don't have any code to fix that yet. And there's this weird bug with the negative thing. Oh, interesting. Alka is saying +123 is a unary plus. Oh, Doc is saying we can bit shift to turn it into a number. Interesting. Okay, so I think we're good so far. We have the message event. We do need to omit it, but the other thing we need to omit is the author information. So if a new author, well, not if a new author, but basically the information about the Twitch user, like their name. Right now we don't have an icon. We're gonna have to call the API for that, but at least right now we'll just show like a placeholder image. Yeah, let's see these events. If we look at authors, oh nope, gotta look at the WebSockets. So we got the messages event. Oh no, all my messages are gone. There we go. What I specifically was looking for was the I'm seeing there's a bug, and like this, if the server restarts, there's like a slight bug. We could probably fix that later. But what I wanted to see was, okay, authors has the author ID. And then it has all of this info. I think the main things we're using is just display name. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this, because basically we want to build up an author object very similar, but using the Twitch info instead. Channel ID is again going to be this. Let's put it in a variable. So channel ID is user state at the given user ID. Right there. So we now have the channel ID. Channel URL, we don't necessarily need, because I guess it is a Twitch user. Let's see, do we get that? I guess we get the Twitch username, so we technically could build up a Twitch URL with the username. Let's just do that. So channel URL is going to be https://twitch.tv/ the username. So that's going to be actually, I'm going to use a display name, because that's more similar to YouTube, where it has the person's username rather than their like their displayed first and last name versus their like username. So user state at display name, and then display name. Oh no, sorry, not at display name, at username, because username is going to be their actual Twitch URL, I believe. And then their display name is going to be, yeah, user state at user.name? No, display name. But yeah, Alka just mentioned in the chat. So display name can have spaces and possibly characters, so that will not work as the URL. So we need the username for the URL, but the thing we're going to display in our UI is their display name. And then is chat moderator, we can use this. So let's get rid of it in this, because basically the way that we are storing these things is the messages are totally separate from the user information, because we only ever emit the user information if there's a new chat from someone that hasn't sent a chat message before. So that should be good. And then profile image URL. We need like a basic image. I guess we could use a kappa. Kappa? There we go. Kappa. Copy image address. so tiny. It should work though. So right now, because we don't have the Twitch user's image, we're just going to show a kappa, which is like a classic Twitch thing. Doc is saying, oh, do you have the moderator badge? Yeah, so we're using the IRC event that we're getting here gives us the badges, and so that tells us if they're a moderator. Oh yeah, good call, broadcaster, because that's me. So if it's a broadcaster or a mod, but let's see the message that came from me to see, yeah, coding garden. Yeah, so it has broadcaster. So basically we want to check if user state badges moderator or user state dot badges dot broadcaster. Yeah, good call. Thank you, Doc. Cool. So that's the author information. And so we can see the way I was doing it with YouTube. Yeah, if there's a new author, so basically we need to append the author information. Where did new authors happen? Yeah. So if we haven't seen a live chat by that author, then we put them in the array of all the users, and we push them into the authors array. So we need to do a similar thing when Twitch happens. So we'll say if live chat dot authors by ID at channel ID. If that doesn't exist, then we're gonna do this, but the author details are going to be this nice little object that I created. When Twitch happens, it happens a lot. Okay, so that's the author info. And then, yeah, we don't need to push it into an array, but we are going to emit an event that a new author has joined the chat, which is this. And I do realize right now I need the live chat ID inside of my my Twitch listener, but we'll get that. And the way this is different is like with this Twitch client we're using, we're getting each individual message that comes in, whereas the way we're talking to the YouTube API, we have to hit a REST endpoint, and that potentially could give us an array of messages or an array of new authors if there have been a lot of messages since the last time it checked. But that's different with Twitch here because we know that this is the only new author. So what I'm going to emit is an array with this author info in it. So let's put this in a variable. Let's call this author. We'll say const author equals that. And then we'll emit, hey, you've got a new author in that array. The issue here, though, is we need access to live chat ID. And live chat ID only exists right here. I think what I can do, though, is I can move my Twitch code into this function, because this function only ever runs once. It runs once to start listening for YouTube messages, and then that function doesn't get called again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of this Twitch code here into this get latest messages function. This could definitely use some refactoring, but basically I'm going to do this because wait, where are we? I need to tab all that in. Because this will connect to chat at the same time it starts listening for YouTube chats. So now live chat ID makes sense. Live chat, we're getting access to that. And then last thing, we need to emit messages with that new message from the event. And this is it. Yeah, the only issue here is we're not going to get like any Twitch history, but here we go. Let's do this. We're going to clean everything up. I think this is going to do it. Essentially, any new Twitch messages should pop up and show up as Twitch. So send some Twitch messages. I think I've acknowledged all of these before. There are messages. I don't know if they're happening. I gotta look at my server logs. Yeah. Hello, chat manager. Am I getting any errors? What's happening? Oh no! Author details.channel ID at author is it's not a thing. So this is line 52. Yeah. This should just be channel ID. Sorry. Okay, now Twitch people, try. Hey, it's working. Mohammed says, yo, it's 12 p.m. there. It's 1:24 in Indonesia. Yeah, it's a little after lunch here. Hello, Zino. Welcome. Do you have this stream every day? No, it varies. Though I did stream yesterday for morning tea. What about emotes? Yeah, I'm curious. I guess in the message, does it tell me if they used an emote? Let me start logging this stuff again. Yeah, time to implement emotes. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it right now because I don't want the server to restart. And then I could potentially look into the Twitch API and see if there's a way of getting all of the messages for a live stream. I don't know if there is, but we'll see. I'd love to see how you want to figure it out. Yeah, I mean, basically, I would need to get a list of emotes for every single user because I know each user has unique emotes based on the channels that they're sub to. And then once you have those, then you can replace the name. But yeah. There's no API for previous messages, only briefly as a test, and they stopped doing it. Lame. So I might actually have to implement that myself, like start storing these messages in a database so that way if the app ever restarts, I still have my chats. Yeah. Scrape previous messages off of Benny? What is that? Log viewer. No channels found. If you want to access and want to add Coding Garden to the log viewer, click here. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Not right now, anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't stream every day. I stream every now and then, but you can, if you turn notifications on the YouTube channel, you'll see when I go live, and then I also tweet on Twitter whenever I do go live. Benny is cool people. They're the person that made log viewer. That's cool. But yeah, if you follow me on Twitter, you'll see when I go live too. Hello, Victor. Hello, Raul. To understand type coercion in JavaScript, watch JavaScript is Weird from low-level JavaScript on YouTube. Definitely. I also recommend You Don't Know JS by Kyle Simpson. It's multiple books, but specifically the book Types and Grammar, I believe, talks about type coercion. Yeah, coercion, chapter 4. And this is really good as well. Icy Killer is saying, I hated the first 2 semesters, I guess, of college. It was all math. Yeah, and surprisingly, I really didn't have to use much math in my computer science degree. I did get a minor in mathematics, and for that, I had to take like all the possible calculus courses and like abstract algebra and statistics and stuff like that. But for a core computer science degree, depending on the university, typically you don't need too much math. C is used by the Mars rover. I believe it. It needs that low-level stuff. Derek is saying, I work with a few CS majors at my job, and there's definitely still some elitism around it. I hope that dies out as soon as boot campers continue to fill the industry. Yeah, just the thing is, like, it's a hit to their ego, right? Because they're like, oh, I got a computer science degree. I'm better than you, or I know more than you. But, like, come on, dude. Like, at the end of the day, like, you're working on a team with another developer. You're working on similar things. Like, just because you used to program in C or you've implemented various algorithms and data structures from scratch, like, does that mean you're a better web developer? I don't know. But yeah, you're right. Like, hopefully it dies down, but it's not going to be easy. You should work at a higher level than drill down. Starting students at the high end of complexity first is a bad idea. I agree, but not everyone agrees with that. You don't need to know how a car engine works exactly before you can drive a car. Absolutely, like it's a great analogy, because like the car itself has a user-friendly interface. A car has abstractions, right? The steering wheel is an abstraction. The gear shifter is an abstraction. I mean, the buttons on the radio are abstractions. Like when you turn the steering wheel, in most modern cars, that's actually sending an electrical signal that the car computer uses to turn the axle. Like it's no longer like directly connected to the drive shaft. But you don't need to know that. You just get in the car and turn the wheel. So I agree. Zino was saying, I really like your stream. Thank you. Infi says, I missed most of it. You're in luck, Infi. I'm going to be streaming all day. So I've been streaming for 2 hours so far. Apparently, I got Twitch chat implemented. That literally took, what, 15 minutes? But I probably want to add, like, saving these messages in a database, because if the server ever restarts, I'm going to lose all of these Twitch messages. But yeah. Hello, Christoph. Welcome. Could you give a very quick overview of what happened so far? It's very easy because I just talked to the chat for like the first hour and a half. But basically, all we did was first on our backend, we installed TMI.js. So TMI.js is a library that can be used both on the client and the server for communicating with Twitch and getting the latest messages from like an IRC channel. TMI is actually maintained by Alka, who you've seen in the YouTube chat before. So we installed TMI.js. And then inside of our YouTube chat application, we brought it in. We configured a client. We didn't have to do login or anything because the Twitch IRC channel allows you to just anonymously get all of the latest messages. So we just told it we want the latest messages from Coding Garden. And then we listened for a chat event. And then when a chat event happens, we emit any author information if this is a new user who hasn't sent a message before, or we emit the message itself. And basically what we did is I constructed an object that looks very similar to the objects that are being emitted by the YouTube chat events. So that way they just immediately integrate with the UI. These style changes were actually added by Bohan. So if you look at the this repo on GitHub, Bohan opened a pull request to add the custom styling based on what service it came from. So I just pulled his changes in and we got that. That is literally all that's happened in the past 2 hours. We've also answered a lot of questions, but that's about it. Hello. Hello, Kemalesh. Long time no see. You're firing on Feathers.js yesterday. I watched. Cool, anyway. Thank you. I'm not moving to Twitch. I'm attempting to dual stream. Testing Unicode, Kappa, Alcaface. What about emotes? Emotes do not work. I don't know if I'm going to implement emotes today, but we should eventually, because and honestly, like we've talked about it in the past, but I kind of want this. I'll eventually deploy this, and then people that are watching my stream can go to this page as well, send messages, but then we can do cool things like custom image embeds, GIFs, custom emotes, all that kind of stuff in our own little chat manager here, and it can interpret the messages and display them in the right way. Okay. Hello, Wezen. Welcome to the stream. Chris is saying, hi, Twitch plus YouTube. Excellent combination. Yeah. You don't need to know everyone's emotes. The tags has enough information. Okay, that's good to know. Scrape previous messages off CBenny. Oh, that was from Doc. Yeah. Hello, Tony from Estonia. Welcome. You're good people. Who's good people? Alka's good people. I like that Twitch chat has essentially taken over the right column. Yeah, you saw there are a lot of Twitch messages coming in. Testing emojis in the YouTube chat. Yeah, so regular emojis will work because they're Unicode. But the way Twitch does it are like custom embedded emote images, which is a little different. The Performance is asking, how is it to be a full-time developer? I enjoy it. I've been a full-time developer for over 10 years now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you're not writing code, so it comes down to like relationships and communication and working on a team and stuff like that. That's usually the majority of my days rather than actually writing code. So yeah. Yeah, YouTube automatically replaces any emote or not any emoji with the Unicode equivalent. Yeah, because at least, well, for YouTube there aren't really any custom emotes except for channels that have members. I don't know how it does those, but everything else it converts to Unicode. Robin is saying, I think that the steering wheel is the only thing that is still technically connected to this to the wheel because laws. I could be wrong though. I'm pretty sure it's like drive-by-wire. Because you sometimes have to get it calibrated because turning this much might not actually turn the axle that much. I don't know. Hello, Elka. Good overview. The fact that the first hour and a half we're just talking with the community makes me feel better about not being home during that. It's usually what these streams turn into, which is, it's not a bad thing. It's just that I used to, I mean, the majority of my streams used to just be coding and interacting every now and then, but there's a lot of people watching now, so you got to say hello to the people. Joe is asking, was TMI created by Alka? He didn't create it, but he is now one of the core maintainers. Plus, there are third-party emotes like sour. Let's see what they look like on. Oh, it didn't render, but yeah. Hello, MS Bestek, welcome. Plus, which looks like this. Let's take a look. Oh, it's like an embedded little GIF emote. It's pretty weird. Okay, Alka said this earlier. The chat event does not support this type of chat event. I suggest message instead of chat. Oh, okay. Should bring down the opacity on the Twitch background logo. Do you mean like this purple? I don't know. Bohan wrote all the styles, so we'd have to tweak those. But yeah, let's tap into the message event instead. We're about to lose all of the Twitch chat events, but that's okay. Let me look at the docs really quick though, because does the message event have all the same stuff? Channel, user state, message, self. Oh, I see. And if the message type was a chat. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So we're going to tap into the message event. And we're going to say if user state at message type is equal to chat, do this. Otherwise, we have to do something special based on the other types, right? Else, let's log everything. Cool. All right, Alka, if you could please send me another one of those weird messages. The black Twitch logo on the purple versus the dark red images on the red background. Oh, I see. I think that's literally just one image. We can look at the client. Like I said, I didn't write the styles. Bohan wrote the styles. Message component. And then I believe they created images. Yeah, so we can see the images are static. So I would need to modify the image directly. Yeah, I could probably just throw this in GIMP and adjust the... Actually, I guess we could just set the opacity on it, right? Background image, background size. Is there background opacity? Background color? I would need to set the image opacity. I don't know. We can work on that. But so the message action combines action, chat, and whisper. Twitch's UI is nicer, so I think I'm switching. My name is Infi. Hello, Infi, again. You won't get a whisper as anonymous. It's just good enough for combining action and chat. Okay, so this is, unless you want to color the message, the only difference is that it's marked as an action message. I see. But if we look at what's being logged, we should have all the same info. So like, message type is action. Quick stretch. The only difference is that it's marked as an action message. I see. And so technically I should just display the message as is. I mean, I could set a custom type and then change the way it's displayed in the UI. But yeah, I think I'm just going to show the message as if it were not an action. So on the back end, we can really just say if the type is a chat or the type is an action. What happened? There we go. We're going to lose all our Twitch messages again, though, if I restart. You're streaming all day? I plan to. I'm gonna probably stop streaming soon, take like a 30-minute break and eat lunch, and then I'll come back and work on some Feather stuff. Did you work on Kubernetes, make pods, images? Expecting you will make a video. I've never really worked with Kubernetes before, but like I mentioned it before, my friend has, so I potentially will get them on the stream and we can collab. There is no background opacity. The best you can do is have the background be a separate element. Yeah, editing with GIMP would be better. That's probably what I'll do. Hey, you yawned again during that stretch. Hello, worlds. Yeah, someone mentioned the other day that whenever my break timer pops up, I always yawn. It's like a trigger for me now. I can really ignore message type. Okay, but what about that other type? What's the other type? Action. Oh, it whispers, and then whispers won't happen at all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I don't even have to look at the chat at the type. I can just do what I was doing before. But yeah, because I'm using anonymous, there aren't going to be any whispers anyways. So yeah, let's try that. So linear gradient, and then the URL. I think that curly brace is extra. Can we whisper the bot? Okay, let's try it. So linear gradient, and then URL is going to be this. Twitch. Ooh, yeah, that did it. It's essentially putting like a black background on top of it. It's a little more muted. I like that. It's subtle. MS Pastek is saying, what's my break timer? I use a thing called timeout by Dejal. It only works for Macs, but there are things out there that work for Windows and Linux. But I use this one. I like it a lot. My name is Imphy is saying it's also not fair to compare a static video platform like YouTube to a streaming platform. Like both can do both, but they're probably better at their own. Yeah, YouTube is getting better at live streaming, but they're kind of late to the game. Twitch has been doing it for a long time. Hello, world. Oxen. Oh, I caught you on the live stream, but I think I'm late. Yeah, I might actually stop streaming soon, but I'm gonna stream more today. I'm gonna go take a break, eat lunch, rest my voice, and then come back and work on some feathers stuff. So. Yeah, Twitch used to have a longer delay, and now they have low latency. So cool. Yeah, and thanks for the CSS, Alka. Seems to work. I like it. I guess I could play around with this RGBA. Like if I made it technically more opaque, like maybe 0.5. It's a little better. I like that. And then we need to do the same thing for Discord. Discord messages are not integrated yet, but eventually they will be. Yeah. Stretchly is a good break timer for Windows. That's what I use. Cool. Check it out. Oh, okay. It was someone else. You know what? Before I end this, I need to fix the image because I keep seeing the kappa, and I just think it's Alka, but it's other users. So who gave the CSS? My host. Thank you, my host. Sorry about that. Is the /me command restricted to mods? Nope. Derek is saying there's almost a 1 minute increase in delay between Twitch and YouTube. Wow. I did enable low latency streaming on YouTube, but it's probably, yeah, it's not as good. You can do real time, which is less of a delay, but there's a potential for users that have slower connections to need to buffer. So I set it as low latency, not like super low latency. If you're using Linux, Mohammed recommends Safe Eyes, which is a break timer for that. That's cool. Yeah, everyone on Windows is using Stretchly. Cool. Yeah. My host is saying, by the way, I'm Jan from YouTube. Oh, hello. Okay, let's tap into the Twitch API and get a user's avatar. So just for myself, I kind of want to clarify, like, what is TMI? So TMI, is that really just an interface for the IRC channel of Twitch? Like the, yeah. Or is it for like the full API? Don't bother using the TMI's API stuff. It's only for IRC. Okay, that's what I was thinking. So TMI is focused around tapping into the IRC channels of Twitch channels, and then you would need to contact the Twitch API directly to get things like avatars. Cool. Yeah, so check out Twitch on NPM. Let's do it. Though, let's just go to Alka. Copy image address. Does it just have the username in the URL? There is this ID. Is that coming across in the messages? That looks like an ID I haven't seen before. I cannot predict the avatar you are. Okay. Alka would know. Alka would definitely know. Right. Tip, you can use bang npmd with DuckDuckGo to go to an npm package directly instead of searching it. Cool, that's good to know. I did want to search because I didn't know if there was anything else, but yeah, it looks like Twitch is the one we want to go to. Let's look at their docs. Interfaces. Getting started. Creating a client instance. Okay. Calling the Twitch API. Okay. So I want to get a user. I mean, is it technically a channel? Thank you, Alka. The API request you want is this. Must provide a client ID, and then I pass in the user ID, and the user ID I am actually getting in my in my event here. Okay, so yeah, I'll create a Twitch client ID for sure. Fresh. WebSocket. SHR. Look at the messages event. No, the authors event. Yeah, so those are Twitch IDs are much simpler than the YouTube IDs, but we can use this Twitch ID to get their avatar, which is what we'll do. But we need a Twitch client ID. Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna hide my screen while I create a client ID in secret. So I got a client ID. That's interesting though. So like, do they just call them extensions now? But technically, this is that's where I create the client ID and secret, because I'm not creating an extension, but I do need a client ID. Extension settings, show the secret. Extensions are for the player. So I don't want to create an extension. Okay, so is there another way to create a client ID in secret? Applications. There we go. I don't know why I didn't see that before. Okay, register an application. Yeah, I guess I do need a OAuth redirectory URL. So localhost 5000 category chatbot website integration. I am not a robot. I know you can't see my screen. I'm doing a CAPTCHA to select all the traffic signs. Cool. There's my client ID. And then I want a secret. Excuse me. Get that secret. Okay. All right, I will show my screen again. What is the... That was in the way. Let's put that there. Okay, so I created a Twitch client ID in secret, and in my backend code, in my .env, I added 2 new variables, Twitch client ID and Twitch client secret. This is just the sample. Mine actually has the values on it. So that way, in my code, when I connect to the Twitch client, I'm going to pass in those environment variables, which should allow me to make the request and get the avatar URL. So first, let's install Twitch. So we are in the server folder. We're going to install the Twitch library. Cool. And then we can use it. So we're going to create a Twitch client. We can't use the import syntax because we are in Node. So we're going to bring in Twitch client. Creating a client instance. So the first thing you do, the easiest way is to supply static credentials. So client ID and access token. You can also have the client refresh the tokens automatically. If you don't have any client scopes, you may also create the client using the client credentials. This is what I want. So I'll probably create the client outside of here. But then anytime I need to request an avatar, that's going to happen inside of the new Twitch message event. So right in here, I need to pass my client ID. And this is where I will do process.env.twitch client ID. I have 2 Twitch clients now. You're right. Let's call this the Twitch API client. Creating a client credential token or using a user's OAuth token will give you higher API rate limits. I'm going to go with this for now. I think eventually I would want to do like OAuth and use like the user token. But that's good to know. Twitch client secret. So those are the 2 environment variables that I added after creating a Twitch application. And so now we're going to create our Twitch API client. Cool. And then I want to hit this endpoint, helix/users. Though, I mean, technically, what if I just used fetch? Because I'm already using fetch anyways. Yeah, and I already have like a user's cache going, so that should help with the number of requests. I would love for VS Code to read my env file. You know, that would make a whole lot of sense, wouldn't it, Alka? Like if you do process.env, it should tell you. So like these are just random suggestions based on different variables in the file, but it should probably tell you what's in your .env file. That'd be pretty slick, wouldn't it? Yeah, honestly, should I use the Twitch library, or I mean, can I just make a request here? I don't know. I guess we've already installed Twitch. And at this point, because I installed the Twitch library, should I use it instead of TMI.js? I don't know. Helix user. Get follow, get follows, get stream, unfollow. Helix user API. Client.helix.users.getUser by ID. All I need to do is add the client ID in the HTTP header. Yeah, let me find just the Twitch docs. Twitch API docs. Oh, sweet. Yeah. let's just use fetch because I already have fetch installed. I'm gonna uninstall Twitch. And then I don't need to create a client. I can literally just do a fetch request and specify my client ID. And then the endpoint we want is this. Cool. All right. We're backtracking, but that's fine. So get rid of that. Get rid of Twitch client. And then in here, so when we get a new author, and so this is kind of where the caching is coming into play. We really only ever do this if it's a new user we haven't seen before. So what we'll do is right here, we'll make that request. So we're going to do a fetch on that URL. But on the end of it, we're going to put the channel ID. Method is going to be a get. Headers. We just do client ID. So the header value is client ID, and then the value will be process.env.twitch client ID. Cool. Ooh, I can also get more than one response. And you could just pass their username instead of the ID. Okay. In this case, I'm really only doing this on each individual message, so I won't need to request multiple. So this should be good for now. And then in the response, I guess I'll just have to log it to see what the response looks like. Or let's find it. Drops the new Twitch API, Twitch API v5. Here we go. Users reference. Get user. Oh, this is using Kraken instead of Helix? What? No, not v5. LOL. So how do I get to the v4? v5 is deprecated. Okay. I just want to see the endpoints. Is it reference? There we go. Get users. There we go. We got it. Okay. So what does the response look like? We have a data property, and then inside of that, we have a profile image URL. So that's what we want. So right here, we're going to say data equals await response.json. And from that, we want to extract the profile image URL. And so now profile image URL is going to be just that. And we will rename that to be profile image URL. This is going to work instantly. No, it broke. Await is only valid in an async function. That makes sense. I need to throw async on this. All right, this is going to work instantly. Broken till it works. It seems like that's not working. I should probably log the response and figure out what's happening. Okay, let's do this. JSON. Log JSON. And for now, that's just nothing. Okay, send another Twitch message. Oh, that works. Data. Yeah, it works. Why didn't it work? Because it's an array of length 1. Lame. Okay, so data is technically an array, so we want to destructure that and grab the first one's profile image URL. Twitch. There we go. Yay! Sweet. So we got it. All right, let's look at all the. I've realized I have Twitch open right here, so I'm not looking at the YouTube chats. But yeah. What's your full name? Wanted to look up your portfolio. How much do you work per day? Is this your main job or what? Slavko, I usually don't give out my full name. My name is CJ. That's what people know me as. I mean, even my friends, everyone calls me CJ. That's my name. My portfolio site is down. It used to be w3cj.sh. But yeah, at one point I accidentally took it down and I haven't redeployed it since. But I'm not really looking for a job or anything like that right now. So yeah. You could potentially look me up on LinkedIn if you figure out who I work for. I am CJ on LinkedIn as well, so you could look at me there. What happens when you click the V? What V? Maybe this was in reference to something earlier. I don't know. Twitch and YouTube is Google-owned platform. Yeah, Google definitely does not own Twitch. Yeah. Separate thing. Oh, there you are, Con. Cool. There is CSS background blend mode. Yeah, that might have done something interesting for the background image. Ozcon is saying I tried Twitch channels by category, but I didn't. I guess Twitch changed the API. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you're using the V5. So I'm new to all of this, but I'm guessing V5 is the old version, like Kraken is the old version, Helix is the new version. Yeah, I don't know. Your npm install is very fast. I have a pretty fast connection. I have a gigabit Ethernet or gigabit internet. Somewhere over the rainbow. Yeah, I don't know the chords to that song. I know it on guitar. Baby rage. I guess that was an emote. I need to fix the emotes. Also, something weird happened where the right-hand side is now bigger for some reason. Lame. Is this my face? Yes, it is. Hello, Shaggy. Welcome. Yeah, Twitch emotes do not work yet. That's a whole nother 3-hour-long episode of Coding Garden. I think your messages are cut off in the chat manager a bit. Should be okay. Hi. Yeah, something weird happened with the styles though, because the right-hand side is now taking up more space for some reason. Message section. Oh, it's a grid. Who did that? Did Bohan do that? Message section is a grid. Grid template columns of 2F, 1F. What if we did 3 fraction? That's reversed. No. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is this a CSS grid though? This should really just be a flex box with like an amount of flex, right? Like if I change this to display flex, yeah, like that, and then the flex item, flex 2 and flex 1. Are these reversed somehow? Bohan did edit the styles. Did he change something? I don't know. I'm sorry for blaming you, Bohan. I know you're not watching right now, but if you do, watch eventually. Look at chat. So chat has these are non-acknowledged messages, and that's a section. Yeah. And then these are acknowledged messages and incoming messages. So message section has display grid. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't need to be a grid. This should just be a flex box. And then it's 2 items. It's going to be flex direction row because you have 1 column here and 1 column there. So that's good. And then each section. And there's just like a straight app right there. Yeah, because then that makes, yeah, that would have made it, it would have made it flex. Okay. So then message section, well, let's call this, we'll give it a class. This will be unack messages. So unacknowledged messages. And then the thing on the right-hand side is all messages. Okay, so message section dot unack messages. So the descendant of message section should have a flex of, let's say 3. And then message section all messages should have a flex of, let's say 1. Go. Well, that's broken. Div app main div app. Okay, so there's that. Here's our message section that has a display of flex. Unack messages, flex 3, and it has flex 1. I mean, am I using the flex property wrong? I guess technically I could say like width here is 75%. And then this has a width of 25%. That should technically work. Yeah, see, that works. But we'll do 40, 60. Yeah, like that. And then what if we had some padding? Decent. This button does nothing. I think we added that. The thought was eventually I could make it so that this is actually integrated with OBS as well. So if I'm on a screen like this and I'm acknowledging a chat message, I could click a button, and then in OBS that message will like be very prominent and like inside of the OBS window. Because that could be like I'm answering a specific question and then you show the user's information and stuff like that. So I think that's what that button was for. It does nothing right now. These 2 buttons do nothing. You could include the date of each message. You're absolutely right. I should include the time. I do have the time, so maybe I should show it. So if we look at messages, we have the published at property, and we could display that on a given message. So we have the avatar, we have the message. Let's take a quick stretch. I guess we could show it below the message, or below the avatar. Where should the time show up? Hello, Injian, welcome. Or Injian? That's probably not how you say your name, but welcome. Working with time, such good times, yeah. Adding Twitch/YouTube timeouts and blocks. Yeah, so I think that's what this button will be for eventually. Like I can ban a user from this interface. Yeah. Yeah, when I just took my break, I didn't yawn. Now I'm like aware of it, so I kind of try not to. Yawning is weird. Like doesn't mean anything. I'm pretty sure we don't know why we yawn. I mean, we typically yawn when we're tired, but why? Let's close all this extra stuff. Cool. Yeah, I think we've done it. I mean, one thing I do want to add is like saving these messages to a database, so that way if the server ever restarts, I don't lose all the Twitch chat messages. Add Markdown. That would actually be very easy. Will this really long message break? No, and I think we had tried to fix that before. So we used to do like break word all, but then it was like breaking words in half. Word break word. Yeah. So that does it. But then sometimes it will chop a word that's only like 5 characters long in half, and I don't like that. Totally Sane says, yawn equals a lack of air to the brain, electrical reaction that can't be stopped. Is that true, though? I'm pretty sure I watched some stuff about how yawns kind of just happen. We don't know why. And not like most other animals don't yawn. I mean, I know like dogs yawn and like ostriches yawn. And typically it's like empathy because they see you yawning. I don't know. Hello, Simjohn. Welcome to the stream. White space. Is that the property I want? I think we yawn to get more air in our body. I think if you get tired, everything slows down. But if you're still awake, you need O2. So therefore, you want to get more air in your body. I feel like these are just hypotheses. Like, do we know for sure? Do we have scientific evidence? Will this break? That's great. Break word should only break something that cannot fit on a line on its own. Okay, maybe that wasn't the property we were using before, but that definitely is what we will use. Cool. Is half asleep. I'd prefer breaking words in half rather than out of bounds. Just use hyphens. Hyphens auto? Is that a thing? I've never seen that in CSS. Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, so if we look at that that really long message. Oh, all the Twitch messages go away. But, wait, why would the Twitch messages go away? The server shouldn't have restarted. Yeah, and then it does hyphen. Cool, thanks for the tip. Who said that? I think it was somebody on Twitch, but now I lost all the Twitch chats. I need to add putting these messages in the database. People yawn more easily in cooler temperatures, supporting the idea that yawning cools the brain. See, like, nobody knows. There's no, like, scientific evidence. Do we know anything for sure, CJ? I think, therefore I am. That's what we know for sure. Like, I know, like, I don't know if I exist in a physical reality. I don't know, like, I don't know if anything is real, but I do know that I exist. I do know that I am thinking and experiencing something. That is what we know for sure. Everything else, it's all just hypotheses. Hey, Johnny, stream's going good. We got Twitch embedded in the chat manager. Actually, let's change this title because it's not the YouTube chat manager anymore. It is just YouTube, or no, just chat manager. Actually, we should throw the Coding Garden logo right here. I think it's in here. Image/logo. It's probably gonna be huge. Yeah, it's huge. Let's say class equals logo, and we'll add a little logo class right here. Nice. Thank you, Impy, for the hyphen tip. How about links? If we added Markdown, then links would work. Where are you taking me, Alka? Hey, that's this. Will this really long message break Flexbox layout? Wondering, Kappa. Robin says, like, remember when there is evidence for something and then 15 years later researchers are like, yeah, those were stupid here. Here's the real evidence. Repeat forever. That's the scientific method. And if you don't understand that, that's where, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to get political or religious or whatever on the stream, but that is the scientific method, and as a scientist and a researcher, you understand that, and you know that things changed based on evidence. And if the evidence changes, if the experiments produce new results, you have to change your understanding. You can't just keep saying something works in a certain way. But yeah, that's life. That's how things work. Oh, since I lost the first message, add Markdown. I'm gonna do that. Oh, hyphenated links. It's a CSS property, so it should still work. Like, if I render it with Markdown, the link will be there, and then it will, like, automatically put it on the next line. I really need to get emotes. Hyphens will make the smaller words break too. Will it though? It's like that one case where the word, but maybe because I have word break all, it doesn't. I don't know. Thought my monitor broke. Oh, because of that weird message earlier. That one. Uh-oh, we're on a slippery slope to simulation theory. Yeah. It's like, how do we know this is not a simulation? Like, we are literally, our brains could literally be in a vat of liquid. And all of the places that take in signals, like our sight and our hearing and our touch, all of those parts of the brains are just hooked up to electrodes, and it's pumping in a simulation to the brain. We think it's real. How do you know it's not? Hello, Neil. Welcome to the stream. Does anyone have that Unicode string that bricked iPhones? Are you gonna try to brick my my chat thingy? Yeah. Do you think, or do your thoughts do you? Yeah, so I don't know if I think. I know that something's happening. I'm experiencing something right now. Like, that's what I know. Oh, that hyphen was in the URL. I see. Hello, Anand from India. Welcome. Right to left characters. Oh, did someone try to do that? I don't know. Johnny is asking, did I see you on a coding train video? You did, yeah. So if you look at my YouTube channel, wait, did that message come in? Yeah, that message came in on YouTube. But if you're on my channel landing page, under collaborations, you can see that video that I did, which has 84,000 views. Look at that. See, are there any new messages? No, I don't think there are. Yeah. But yeah, I was on Coding Train. Oh, both of these are emotes. Hyphens auto should actually split words by English syllables, or that's my experience. Okay, good to know. I'm not plugged in, that's how I know, but how do I know if I'm not plugged in or not? I can't summon a room of guns or anything. I mean, that... Sure, but that's the limits of the simulation that you've been put in. You can't just, like, make matter appear out of nowhere. It's a simulation with rules. Hello, Amadal. Welcome. All right. A few things. Is this the thing that broke iPhones, that Unicode character? But what I want to do is I want to put these messages in a database so I don't lose the Twitch chat messages if the server restarts. So that should be pretty quick. I think I'm just going to use monk. Anytime we get messages, we're going to throw them in the DB. Let's do that really quick. So in the server folder, I'm going to install monk. And I'm going to use a MongoDB under the hood. Is this the thing that broke the iPhone? Stream starts buffering. Is it buffering? Let me know if it really broke things. I mean, I don't know how it would. It's in my web browser. It's not my streaming computer. Okay, so we have monk. Let's go look at the monk docs on how to set that up. This is it. They have a documentation website. Here it is. So bring in monk, connect it to a database. Let's do that. So in my, actually this routes file needs to be refactored. There's a ton of crap in here, but let's keep on keeping on. That's for another stream. So let's call this chat manager. And that's going to be our database connection. I should already have MongoDB running locally. So that's our database. And then in here, we're going to say, I guess we could call it events, because each individual event is going to have all of the information stored underneath it. I'm not worried about nested document stores and stuff like that. It's literally going to be one event with all of the information. So it'll have all of the authors, all of the messages, all of that good stuff. So we have a collection called events. Yeah, there's no index. And then when we initially create the live chat, so on this event, get messages. So like if the live chat didn't exist, right here. So instead of doing this if statement, we'll say like const live chat equals events.find, where the ID is that given ID. And then if that live chat doesn't exist, we're going to say events.create, or is it insert? I think it might be insert. We're going to insert this thingy. And it will have the ID. Yeah, did I break anything? No, it didn't break. Cool. But now that we've put it in the database, in this function, here, live chat is actually going to be this, where ID is live chat ID. Like so. And then basically anytime we emit a new message or author, we need to update the database with it. So here we're saying live chat.authorsById, we're inserting it there. So really we just need to update the database. I want to double check the monk documentation for, okay, so there's a create that will create a thing. No, creates a collection. We don't want that. We want to insert, which is what we did. So insert a thing, and then find, we are finding by ID, and then update. The first option is the query. Okay, so what we want to say is anytime we overwrite it, we need to update it in the database. So live chat at authors by ID equals author, emit the event, and then update it. So we're going to say events update with that whole big live chat object. Quick stretch. And I kind of mentioned it, but this is just like a quick and dirty way of getting it working. I just want to get it working. Oh, are we not? Oh, we forgot to insert the messages into the messages array. That could also be why we're missing it on, even when the server isn't restarting. Yeah, we need to say live chat dot messages dot push that event that just happened. We were missing that, so that's why. Event. Cool. So we put that message in the messages array, emit the event, and then update the database so that that message is now in the database as well. And then basically we need to do that same thing after things happen. So we updated messages at this point. Authors were already pushed in. And then put that there. Okay, I broke a thing. This needs to be an async function. This code is horrible. Look how long it is. That's an async function. That's an async function. Where else? That's an async function. Line 97? Oh, I see. Oh. It's a map. I don't know if we want to do this, because then we're going to be updating the database multiple times for each new message. It's fine. If the Twitch get avatar call takes a long time, could the messages get reordered? Yeah, absolutely. But we do have the timestamp, so I think on the front end we'll just order them by their timestamp. I mean, technically we should be doing that in the back end as well. Okay, so that's listening. Did I break anything? I broke everything. Oh, there's that authors route, and that needs to do a similar thing. So just like messages was finding that live chat event, and then this needs to be live chat.messages, live chat.authors by ID. Basically all of this. Cool, so that fixes that. And then I should be able to get rid of this live chat variable. Yeah, so that's not being used anymore. Now everything's either read or written to the database. That route does need to be an async function. Right there. Okay, server's good. Restart. Something's broken. I should probably just refactor this. Let's look at the database. I'll hide my screen for a second and pull up a database viewer. Yeah, I think I have Robo3T. What did I call the database? It could be that Mongo isn't running. Chat manager. There is no database called chat manager. I need to make sure that my database is actually running. Mongo? Oh, database is running. Okay. Chat manager. We'll catch up on the Twitch chat. There's a lot happening. If the chat event doesn't exist, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. Yeah, so we're working on a chat manager. See you later, Totally Sane. Thanks for stopping by. Bacon Drinker is asking, how long will you be streaming for today? I kind of plan to stream all day. Like, I'm going to take a break soon and eat some lunch, but then I'll be back. I'll be working on a map. No, I'll be working on a chat application with feathers. So that's a thing. But my database is not getting created. Usually that works like localhost / the name of the DB. It looks like it's not even creating the database. Create database. I just have other database connections that I don't want to show on stream, so that's why I'm hiding the database viewer because of that. Oh. Yeah. I know why. I know exactly why. I know why the database isn't being created. Here, let me show my screen now. So here's what I did. In the server-side code, when that initial event comes in and I'm trying to find, live chat is going to be an array. And I want to find one. I want to find one thing that has that ID. That's why it's not working, because it's an array, so it exists, and then it doesn't try inserting it. It doesn't listen for the latest message. It just immediately responds. So I need to do find one. And if I double-check the docs, yeah, find one will either return that element or return null. So that's what I want, find one. And everywhere I'm doing that, find one. All right, moment of truth. Let's restart it. Broken. Let's see what's happening. Unhandled promise rejection. The update operation document must contain atomic operators. Okay. So where am I calling events.update? I did update them all. So in VS Code, if you do Command D, that'll find the next occurrence. So basically, I selected it, did Command D to find all the occurrences, and then once you start typing, it replaces everywhere your cursor is. So they did get replaced, but now update isn't working. But I'll hide my screen again. I should, if I look in the database, my mouse sharing isn't working anymore. Oh well. I don't know. Does anyone know Mongo commands? I always forget them and have to look them up. So use chat manager. Switch to chat manager. db dot collection. Okay, yeah. So it somehow got inserted twice. So it's in the database. And restoring the chat ID like that. Somehow it got inserted twice though, which is not good. Like, it really should only ever get inserted once, even if I restart my server, right? Like, restart server, refresh the chat here. We shouldn't see any more entries. There's still only 2. There should be only 1, but at least it's not. Okay, so it is getting put in the database. That's a good sign. And then in our code, we are attempting to update it. So what we do is when we get the latest messages, we get live chat with that chat ID. And then events.update. It could be because we're passing in this whole live chat object. It has like the ID, and it doesn't like that we're overriding it with itself, because basically we're just passing the thing in and overriding it. I guess I could use the upsert method. Is there an upsert? I think there's a way of upserting. You could probably do an update with like upsert set to true. Yeah. Legal operation types. Well, that's bulk. Oh, by default update. Okay. I'm gonna hide my screen for a second. I'm gonna get rid of that extra thing in the database. Don't know how it got there, but it got there. Okay, so we should just have one. And I have a feeling it's because of the ID, but if we go back to that, I know you can't see my screen, but if I look at that error, the error is talking about atomic updates. Let's see. The update operation document must contain atomic operators. I have a feeling it's because of the underscore ID, but I'm gonna search the web for this error really quick. Oh, it could be that I can't just overwrite the array of messages and the array of authors. I have to actually say set. That's unfortunate. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to try just deleting that ID property. See if that changes anything. Yeah, so once we get it back, let's just delete live chat underscore ID. And that way, it won't try to update the ID, but it'll update all the other properties. It should be fine because, I mean, now we're operating on live chat in memory, but then anytime it changes, we're changing it in the database. But Node is a single process, so there's no way that in memory is going to get out of sync with what's updated in the database, because we are awaiting it. That should be fine. Let's see if that fixed it. Yeah, so we're there. Front end, refresh, back end, didn't break. So that's a good thing. But we're not seeing any chat messages. Alka is a chat message. Oh, whoa. I know why. Know exactly why. Yeah, it's because I'm doing weird stuff. So like before, because it was because it was totally in memory. Um, if it didn't exist, then we create it and start listening for messages. But that's not the case anymore, because if it exists in the database, we might still need to listen for the latest messages. So really, I need a variable that tells us whether or not we're listening for latest messages. Let listening equals false. Take a quick stretch. Oh, Alka's saying use tab completion. Does the Mongo shell have tab completion? Oh, nice. Cool. Listening. Okay, so listening equals false, and then when we start getting the latest messages, we're just gonna say listening equals true. Cool. And so then our method changes a little bit, because we'll basically say if not listening, then get the latest messages. And if that thing didn't exist, then we insert it. That. And then the same thing happens with authors. And I think insert, will it, this needs to be a let. Will insert return what was created? $75 messages. I can't see them though. We did get some errors. Let's see. The update operation document must contain atomic operators. Let's see anywhere else I'm doing an update. Inst.update. So there's 4 occurrences, and live chat is created right here. Okay. I'm gonna look in the database again. So if we look in the database, start up a Mongo shell, use chat manager? No. Okay. So there's only one event in there. Messages is empty. Messages by ID is empty. Authors by ID is empty. Okay. You know what? I think I'm not able to override the messages and messages by ID property. So what I need to do is use the set syntax, like so. So whenever I'm doing an update, like right here, I need to do update, and I'll need to say $set. Messages are $set with live chat.messages. And then messages by ID. Oh wait, am I missing that too? And I guess technically I could just push into this array. I don't know. I guess if I was using Mongoose, I could just say like .save, and it would automatically update it under the hood. It's probably what I should have done. Oh well. And authors by ID is set live chat.authors by ID. I've yet to use the save syntax of Mongoose. I've used it, and it's pretty sweet, because basically you just change the properties called .save, and it handles like the correct upsert and updating. Basically, it does what we're doing right here by setting the set commands. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this into a function. So everywhere I was calling update, I'll call this instead. But which reminds me that we are not setting live chat dot messages by ID, so dot messages by ID at event.id equals event. So I need to be doing that there for Twitch messages. I wasn't doing that before. I guess curiously, where are the messages by ID used? Yeah, okay. So this nice little thing here, I am going to put it in a function. So I'll say like update db, like that. And then we have this nice little function, an async function, update db, takes in the live chat, and then just does that. Live chat.id. No. Cool. And now anywhere we were attempting to update the database, we should call that instead. Like right here. Right here. Right here. All right, that's our only occurrence. No crashes. Restart the UI. Cannot read property ID of undefined. Oh, I need to pass in. Gosh darn it. I need to pass in the live chat to this function. Actually, let's do this. So find all occurrences of update db, and inside of that, we'll pass in live chat. And it should have, live chat should be in scope everywhere that's called. Moment of truth. Live chat is not defined. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not in scope everywhere. I guess I can actually right-click update db and click find all references. That would be useful. Oh, that's why. This is it. This is the winner. It's gonna work. No, it's not. Yep, I need to throw that into try catch. So this error originated outside. Okay, here's what I do. In this update, this thing is failing for some reason. And so that's failing. Let's just log the error. Bacon Drinker, I'm not sure if you've gone over this already, but why something like Mongo over something like Postgres? Because I thought it was just gonna work. I'm now debugging this for what, 30 minutes now? The main reason was it was supposed to be super easy, but apparently it's not. The update operation document must contain atomic operators. Come on! It is! It is! I swear. Or is it $set and then inside of it... Is it like this? Like that? So like set and then all the properties of live chat. Twitch messages were showing up at least. Okay. Yeah, so Twitch is showing up. And if we look at Mongo, okay, there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, so for whatever reason, it is not, yeah, so we got a bunch of blank things. But we do have YouTube chats. YouTube chats are in there for sure. So they're at least in the database. Yeah, messages. Yeah, so those are there, but if I refresh, yeah, they still show up. So, okay, so now we've got an issue with YouTube messages not showing up. I think what's happening is like in the initial request. Okay, let's see. Cannot read property profile image URL of undefined. Yeah, so that's just breaking in the UI because we've got some weird stuff. So let's just drop the Mongo collection. Drop chat manager. Semicolon. Drop database chat manager. How do I drop a database? Come on. Use the drop method. Oh, so like db.drop. Ah, okay, so that dropped it. And now if I refresh this, there aren't any weird blank messages in there. It's listening for messages. And I don't know if I refresh. Messages is an empty array. Authors is an empty array. So it looks like the YouTube chat messages are not making in there. Okay, db.events.drop. That would have been good. Yeah, and Twitch chats are working, it seems like. Wait, cannot read property profile. Okay, so it's happening. Somehow we're getting some blank messages inserted in. Let's see. That definitely wasn't happening before. Oh, I think it's because we're updating it here. Before it actually exists. And then it's emitting it. So this is if yeah, result.items.length. We're gonna iterate over new messages. Cool. I think we'll do the update right there. I think it was something like the because it was updating the database, it had authors before it had messages or something like that. So now it's only going to update after both have been added to that live chat object. Okay, let's try again. db.events.drop. True. Okay. So they don't exist. And if I refresh the page, they should get created. Oh, it's happening again. It's really, I guess it's a socket event. Messages. That is a bunch of empty messages. That's why. So, I mean, the initial stuff that I'm getting from YouTube, they're all empty messages. Yeah, it looks like you're rendering before data is available. So somehow, so this socket event used to emit all of the message objects that would come from the YouTube API because it gets all of the latest messages. But now it's emitting them as totally empty objects. So that's good to debug. So we're emitting messages, new messages. Live chat dot messages by ID equals that given message. Yep. And then we're overwriting messages. Oh, I know exactly why. Oh no, live chat.messages.push. That should push in the Twitch messages that happen. And then the reason we do this with YouTube, the concat, is because YouTube will potentially give us multiple messages at a time. Yeah, so that's messing up. I need to go eat lunch. Yeah, Discord messages are the to-do. I got a lot I want to do. And I guess luckily, I mean not luckily, but because YouTube chat is broken, I'm not getting distracted by reading all of the YouTube chats. But once we get this fixed, I'm going to have to catch up on maybe quite a few YouTube messages. Okay, I just need to fix this. Curly brace, new messages here, returns the message. That is concatenating them. When this happens, let's log live chat.messages. So that comes from YouTube. And I mean, it should be, yeah, so here are the YouTube messages. Oh! Because this is now an async function, this now returns an array of promises. Dang it. Ugh, why didn't I see that before? Okay. So, and it doesn't have to be an async function anymore because the database update is happening afterwards anyways. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. That was a whole lot of debugging, eh? There's the YouTube chat. Oh boy. Yeah, and okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop the database. We're gonna try again, and it should things should be in some order. Hello, Amy. Welcome to the stream. But I broke it again. So somehow there are blank messages. Are these blank messages going to be rendered? Wait. Are you messing with me, Alka? Did you send blank messages? No. But look, like somehow from the YouTube API, totally empty objects. Let's double check I'm not doing anything else weird. Because yeah, this thing, I turned it into an async function, then it was returning promises instead of the actual messages. Now, if there are messages, we're going to add them to the array and emit them, and then afterwards we update the database. And then that pushes in the event. Oh, should we do that before we do that? Then it'll emit some new messages have happened. Then it updates it. Set the author. Yeah, Infi says, since my previous message just dropped, I'll ask again, can you apply for moderator anytime soon? What do you mean? Like, do you want to be a mod of the channel? I'll let you be a mod. You've contributed a lot, and you're in most streams. Is that what you're asking? Let me know if that is what you're asking. Hopefully, set isn't needing to do an update. I don't know, but yeah. I tried sending blank messages, they didn't work. Oh, you mean like a message with no text? Technically, it should still be a message, but have no text. Like that, I don't know. But Impy, you get to be a mod. You're a mod. Everyone's a mod. Not everyone's a mod, but Envy is now a mod. Yes, am I? But why? But why? Those blank messages. I've literally debugged this for like 45 minutes now. It was supposed to be easy. It was supposed to be like 3 lines of code, and we've got Mongo added in our data in our messages saving to the DB, but apparently not. Yeah, so that new messages should actually be messages now. If there are some messages, we add them. If there are any new authors, we omit them. That looks good. Okay, I'm gonna hide my screen for a second. I'm gonna drop the database in its entirety, see if that fixes it. Yeah, and Bacon Drinker is saying, I think the lesson we've learned here is to use good old reliable Postgres. I mean, my code is really messy, so maybe not. Because I guess there are potentially other issues. Why did that fix it? So I literally just dropped the database. Refresh. Chat manager. Collections. Events. Okay. There's, for some reason, 2 events, but that's fine. But seems to work now. And there are no no errors in the console. Everything's working fine. Ugh, that's so lame. Okay, but yeah, I'll show you my screen. Look at this. We're saving Twitch messages now. Cool. What happens when I click the V? I don't know. Yeah, these are older messages I haven't acknowledged. Yeah, we talked about all these, I'm pretty sure. Hello, Anon from India, if I didn't say hello earlier. Johnny says, oh, nice. I love that guy. So they were talking about coding train. Because, yeah, I was on a coding train video a long time ago. Anon is asking, hey, CJ, your thought on Free Code Camp for starting full stack development. I think Free Code Camp is fantastic. They have a really good like online curriculum and tons of resources. And the idea that you potentially are building apps for nonprofit organizations is really cool, too. And if you click on curriculum, like if you're a total beginner, like this is really good because it gives you a framework. Like it gives you these are the things that I need to learn to get into web development. So I think it's pretty awesome because this is like this curriculum is great. I mean, you could even use this curriculum as a guide and then use other things to learn development. So like get a Udemy course or watch YouTube videos. But basically each one of these things are things you should know how to do as a web developer, and they have it for like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I think Free Code Camp is great. Amado is saying, I think you should maybe add a code formatter, for example, when someone suggests a snippet. Yeah. When we do Markdown, that should work by default. Should I just add that? Okay, I'm going to add, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add Markdown, and it's only going to take me 5 minutes. I'm not going to debug for 45 minutes to get Markdown working. I'm going to add Markdown, 5 minutes, okay? I think Markdown it is something I've used before. Render Markdown. Markdown. This is just, oh, marked. I think I've used marked before. A Markdown parser built for speed. This looks like a CLI tool. Oh yeah, you can add it and then just pass it in. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. And I'm gonna install this in the browser. Imphy is saying Showdown is a good Markdown parser. How will Markdown work without Newline? What do you mean? It should just work. I can just pass the message into the Markdown parser, right? Right? No, it's gonna work. Okay, I want to. I think I'm gonna use marked because I feel like I've used that before. But showdown is what Infi is suggesting. They've got, you have to call like .convert, make it, it's too complex. We're gonna use marked. So in the client directory, we're gonna install marked. So we're in the client directory, as I mentioned. Someone did right to left text. And all the people watching on YouTube, there are a lot of people watching on YouTube. I'm gonna get to your chat messages soon. We're gonna add this, and then I'm gonna catch up on the chat. Then I'm gonna go eat lunch, and then I'll be back. But yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna work easily. So easy. So easy. Okay. So we have marked. So now in the client side code, we probably want to do this in the message component. So this is the component that actually displays the user's message. And so what we'll do is we're going to import marked from marked. So that's the library we just installed. And then on this component under methods, I'm just going to put marked on there. That. And then here, I can just pass it into marked. Where's that message about triple ticks? Yeah, so it's working. Look at it, it's working, but we need to use this thing, v-html. So we'll take that, and then we'll say v-html equals that. So that's Vue's way of setting the inner HTML of an element. And it automatically escapes input, so you could try cross-site scripting me all day long. But look at that, we have nice code formatting. This is code. So that's pretty sweet. It's doing some weird things with like padding. So we can probably fix that, but hey, we did it, and we did it in 4 minutes, so, let's see, padding 20 pixels, and, I mean, now my word break, see, the word break is doing weird things where it's like cutting words in half, but yeah, I'll get rid of the 20 pixel padding, and then the message itself had a margin, had a someone sent some gigantic text. That's great. What's up with this extra space right here though at the bottom? Oh, and then message element has some padding. Does it have like some margin bottom too? Okay, I just need to edit this in the source code. So message element had some left and right padding. We're just gonna get rid of that. And then at the higher level in the chat, messages, style width 100%. Is it adding any classes? I don't know. Decent enough. Cool. First live stream. I love how CJ is reading negative messages. Top left of chat manager. Yeah, so that was a bug. We'll fix that bug eventually. I think we're good for now. Kaizen is saying, won't you need to set the port on the DB connection? No, so by default, the Monk library connects on the default port, which is 27017. So that is all. I've been cross-site scripted. Closed. we need to escape. We need to escape inputs. Let's look at the marked library. I thought it was escaped by default. Documentation. Security. Options. Sanitizer. A function. Sanitize. Sanitize defaults to false? Come on, marked. What are you doing? Instead, use a sanitize library like DOM Purify. This shouldn't. Okay. I feel like I've used a different Markdown library before, because I've used one that like sanitizes by default, removes like all weird DOM event handlers on images and other ways people might try to cross-site script. Yeah, I guess we'll just set sanitize to true. So on the front end, is that like global too? This is ridiculous. You're setting a global option and then using the function elsewhere? Can I pass options into... Somebody find me a better Markdown library, please. Jeez. This is why you should never trust user input. I mean, I thought that Marked was going to escape stuff for me. Yeah, Vue has protected me from most bad things, but someone was able to get an alert in there. And it could be from, yeah, so I think Infi did it. You see how Infi has on error equals alert 1? This is a really common way to get malicious scripts executed on a web page, because it could be escaping everything else, but it technically like runs that on error prop. You use what you found and nothing else. Can you disable HTML? Okay, I'm just going to do mark.set options in this component. So in the message component, sanitize true. It says it's deprecated. Hopefully they it's decent. I don't know. I have to bring in another library like DOM Purify. It's not a bad thing, but I don't want to bring in like 30 libraries. Oh. There we go. I didn't get any alerts. Jeez. Infi is saying DOM Purify is really good. I guess I'll do that. Yeah, did it work? It worked. Code formatting messages. Yeah, so we did that. So if you put your code in triple ticks, it should format now. Alvin is saying, I love how CJ is able to have multiple instances of Chrome and VS Code with multiple tabs running and a terminal window on top, while my computer struggles to run one tab of Chrome. Hey, Aaron, welcome. And I do apologize to all the people watching on YouTube. I couldn't see your messages for a very long time because I was debugging how to get this working, but yeah. Hola, hello. This is a message. Matthias asks, what are we working on? We were working on this chat manager. So before this only had YouTube chats, but now I'm embedding Twitch chats as well, so I can see both all on one screen. And what we just got working was storing all of the messages in the database. So if the server restarts, we still get all of those old Twitch messages that came in while it was down. So I restarted the server. If I refresh the page, all the Twitch messages are gone. Or are they? They're in a different order. Yeah, they're in a different order, but they're still there. I gotta fix the ordering by timestamp. But before, the Twitch messages would just disappear because Twitch, the client it doesn't store the messages, it's just the latest messages. So what I just added was save the messages, so if the server ever restarts, we have all of those thick chat. So we have all of those Twitch messages as well. Yeah, and I've been streaming for now almost 4 hours. I'm gonna stop. I gotta stop. Emotes look a lot worse than emojis. Ping. Sunday dinner ideas? Can't go to Chick-fil-A. They're not open on Sundays. Greg says, I like the debugging. You learn more. Yeah, but my code is so messy right now, so I don't know how helpful that was for anyone. But I don't know. Ultimately, let's recap. What did we fix? Before, we were trying to update the database by just passing in that object, but apparently you can't do that. If you want to change the properties on an existing document, you have to use this set syntax. So basically we're saying set the live chat with this ID with all of the existing properties of live chat. So that was the fix there. That took us like 45 minutes to figure out. Seafood platter. Hello, Amy. I think I said hello earlier, but welcome. I like the new accent. Do I have an accent? Like in my speaking? We are live talking about live call. What? Is that like a spam message? Everyone is mod? Everyone's not a mod, no. I can't take that kind of responsibility. The thing is, like, typically people that are just always in the chat and I know aren't going to send, like, malicious links or anything like that, I usually will make them a mod because, I don't know, I trust that people are going to behave and, like, help maintain things. But yeah. Okay, your account was created 10 years ago. Wow! Cool. Cool green chair. Thanks. Yeah, so all the new people joining. This is my new coding garden chair. It's nice and green. I actually got it from work. I asked for permission, but they gave it to me because we have like a bunch of extra chairs at work. They're all green like this because this is kind of the, I think it used to be the, very similar to the color of my company's logo and stuff. Yeah, and so the thing that's happening here is these Twitch chat messages, these are like latest messages, but I haven't organized these by timestamp yet. So they're in Twitch and YouTube chat messages are out of order. Yeah, if it's working, don't touch it. Yeah. Look, Mom, no hands. I'm not gonna say that, Kolek. It's only going to take me 5 minutes. Famous last words. Yeah, it did. It took 3 minutes, but we did get cross-site scripted. So if you count that, it took us, I don't know, 10 minutes to fix it. How will Markdown work without new lines? Not like this. I don't know. Showdown is good. Maybe we should have used Showdown. So you're saying I can make a giant header. Yeah, that's pretty dope. I think people are, like, you can actually put HTML content. It'll render it. Links work. That links to Coding Garden. Yep. Yeah, the Markdown renderer renders those. Upside down. Good evening, Jason. Yeah, and so I had to do the VHTML thing, but apparently that doesn't strip out like the on error attribute from image tags, which is a common way of getting cross-site scripting working. Hello, Andres. Thanks for the sub and the like. Hello world, boom. Jason is saying your stream is growing by like 20 to 30 people every time you go live. It depends on the time of day. Because in the past I have had live streams with like 120 people watching. But it mainly was like I announced the stream ahead of time and I was streaming at a good time for both like Europeans and Asians and people in the US. But yeah, it's growing. It's definitely growing. We've got 22 people watching on Twitch and 85 watching on YouTube. So that's cool. Coding Rainbow. I said in the start, good day with no bugs. Didn't expect that. There were definitely bugs. This is why you should never trust user input. Yes, it's a learning for everyone watching. So I don't know if you caught it, but basically what happened was on the web page, all of a sudden I saw this. I saw that and I was like, oh no, I have been cross-site scripted. So anytime you see an alert box, that means, I mean, either they wrote the code to do it. In this case, I was executing someone's code that showed an alert box. So the moment I saw that, I immediately closed the tab because that was just a test. And if they tried again, they could have potentially, I don't know if I'm storing anything in local storage that's actually, it wouldn't have done anything because all of my keys are on the server side anyways, but because they could execute JavaScript, they could have sent something that like reads my entire local storage and then sends a fetch request to some server to send all that data there. But that's why I closed the tab immediately so that we could fix it. Just sanitize it. Don't remove HTML as a whole. Styling is nice. So I think, yeah, if I remove the, There's a way of sanitizing, but also but still keeping HTML. Allowed tags. Oh, let's see. Oh, so this I opened these tabs earlier. These are like a way of sanitizing HTML. Yeah, and in here you could pass in allowed tags. I might do this because then it will potentially render these HTML tags that people are sending, but it won't try to execute the stuff. Yeah, DOM Purify has HTML, but without the XSS parts. That's why I recommend it. Okay, let's just install that really quick. We're installing npm modules all day. Let's do it. Oh wait, that wasn't DOM Purify. That was Insane. No, what was the other one I had open? Sanitize HTML. Sanitize HTML looked pretty sweet. This has 1,700 stars on GitHub. This one has 4,000. Yeah, we'll use DOM Purify. Yeah, and it sanitizes it. It keeps the HTML, but it removes things like on error and stuff like that. Cool. Let's install it. DOM Purify, all lowercase. On the client. And we'll import it in. And then we should just be able to say DOM purify.sanitize. So that installed it. Okay, on the client side, in message.view, let's bring this stuff in. So let's import from DOM Purify. And then we need to create it like that. Cool. And then DOM purify.sanitize with the potentially dirty input. So let's create a method called like format. Takes in the message, and then it will return marked with DOM purify.sanitize of the message. And then we don't need to do sanitize on marked anymore. And now we'll just call format instead of marked. And are we vulnerable to cross-site scripting? Ooh, someone set the text of the entire page to red. Oh. Yep. where did that happen? Did they put in? Yeah, and there's like that giant text up there. Fancy chat. Yeah, I think someone injected a style sheet probably. Yeah, so can we somehow ignore style sheets? Allowed attribute, forbidden attribute style. Here we go. Hey. Hey. Let's see what's turning the text red. Star, red, important. How did you do that though? You have needed a style tag, right? Thought I was ignoring style tags. Leave all as is, but forbid style Not style attributes. Forbidden tags, not forbidden attributes. There we go. That's what I need. Forbidden tags. There we go. What about iframes? You can put an iframe, I guess. Oh no, don't put an iframe. People could link to some weird stuff. No iframe. Cool. The blink tag isn't working, sadly. Yeah, not working. Rip. It was Imphy. Yeah, F to pay respects. It was Imphy that did the initial cross-site scripting. So yeah. All right, this is my long break timer. I've skipped a few breaks, but I need to stop streaming. So I'm going to take probably a 30 or 45 minute break, and then I'll be back to work on some feathers things. Actually, no, I'm gonna get through these chat messages. I'm gonna get through the chat messages and then I'll take a break. But I am going to be working on the feathers chat application. So it's a chat application, but it's not YouTube chat or Twitch chat. It's hosted on your own server with feathers, and we're basically just following the feathers.js guide here. So we've made videos for most of the guide, all the way up to about here. The last part of the guide is building a front end, so we're going to make videos for all the different parts here. So that's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to go get some lunch, take a break, but then I'll be back. You can cross-site script me all you want. Didn't I say that earlier? Yeah, it was great. Isn't the background color for the chats too dark? It's okay for me to see. I don't know how it looks on stream, but it looks okay to me. Remarkable. That sounds like I've used it before. Remarkable JS. This might have been the one that I used. Yeah, because it's md.render. I don't know. Yeah, we use DOM Purify. Hello, Kevin, with the formatted text. That's awesome. Ooh, we got a little black box. Got some code syntax. But can we still be fancy with our messages? Yes. Yeah. I like this YouTube chat manager. Thank you, Alexander. Markdown, you say? Yep. That's actually looks really cool. I like that. Block quote styling. Where does this lead to? Come on, dude. All right, watch this. Don't click that. So if you look in the bottom left of my screen, this is a link that links to JavaScript :alert hello. So like if you were to type that into the URL bar, it throws an alert box, but I will be cautious of the links that I click on. And I know anyone else using the app will not be able to click on something. Who did this gigantic text? I think I can set like a max font size or something. Yeah. Malicious links. Yeah, but I think anyone that's looking at the YouTube chat isn't going to see... they'll see like an A tag, but they won't be able to click on it. So, yeah. Oh, nice. Got an image tag. Green chair. Oh, yeah. Nice green chair. Khan says, have a good lunch, CJ. Thank you. I'm going to leave soon. We have 100 messages to get through. Thank you, Alexander, who likes the new logo. I've got it on my t-shirt, too. Ta-da! Yeah, links work. Where does that go to? Just to itself. Bring HTML back. We brought it back. Alexander is saying they're French, so I guess you're in France. You may be somewhere else, but this seems to be a good time to stream for them. That's good. Oh my goodness, I've got a video embed. I'm gonna forbid video tags too. That could get weird. Totally. You know what'd be cool? The web audio API. Yeah, so that's like an inside joke. Cool. Sanitize in red. How about iframes? Maybe whitelist tags rather than blacklist. I was thinking the opposite though, because I want to allow pretty much all HTML tags. I mean, what are some other things I don't want? I probably don't want audio, video, style tags, iframes. I guess technically you could put a canvas in there. And obviously we're gonna ignore script tags, but I think the DOM Purify does that by default. Yeah. You don't. I think I'm okay with images, but the moment someone posts like something crazy, yeah, we ban them. But images are okay. Look at that, make it scroll, baby. Is that the marquee? Yeah, it's a marquee. Sweet. I guess are these YouTube chats empty on purpose? Oh, it could be that they got sanitized and then it just removed everything. Yeah. Aaron says, mind if I throw together a quick design for the chat manager? Hey, go for it. That'd be great. And then I could implement it live on stream. The styling here actually came from Bohan. He submitted a pull request and added the custom backgrounds, but I think we can do a little bit better. So yeah, that'd be great, Aaron. I'd appreciate that. Just disable HTML altogether. It's fun though. It's fun to be able for people to be able to send their message and like see it rendered. Yeah. Let's see what this person did. So they did an H1 with a font size tag. Actually, I want to allow the style attribute, but I don't want the font size to be insane. Is there a way for setting like a max font size? Is there such thing as a min and a max font size? No. You can use media queries. Okay. I could do some like weird parsing on the style tag. Yeah, I just saw the message from Robin. If I disable all HTML, then I could allow image tags via just Markdown. That's true. Aw, I have a perfect video for the video tag. I guess I just wouldn't want it to autoplay. I don't know. You don't want images. Yeah, the front end is built with Vue. So we're gonna build web components. Hey, click yourself. What's it gonna do? It takes me to an MP4. Let's watch it.
See you soon. It's me. This is also me.
Cool. Badly designed gradients for the win. Scrollable content works? Doesn't look like it. This is fun to watch. Oh, we got a yellow box. Is it just a div with oh, it's a canvas. Yeah, I was thinking, should I disable canvas? No. Like you could submit a message with like a beautifully rendered. Well, it just has a border. Yeah, you need JavaScript to actually draw to the canvas. So you couldn't do that. But yeah. I can't. Oh no, what happened? Oh no. Oh no. I can't click this button. What did you do, Doc? Because it has an absolute position, so I can't acknowledge it. Okay, so this was fun, but I might disable HTML just because, like, especially when there's a lot of people watching, some weird stuff could happen. So get rid of that Z index so I can click this button. Absolute madness. Doc did it too. Stop it. Stop it. Hello there. I stole your message. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream there, but I'll be back in probably 30, 45 minutes. And on Twitch, just pay attention to the Twitch channel. It'll go live. But for YouTube, I'm going to create a new event and it'll be called Feathers Chat. Who did this? Who did this? Oh, I guess it's an absolutely positioned element that has like 100% width. Yeah. There we go. Position fixed. Let's just get rid of that. That was the wrong thing, actually. Or is it? Yeah. It's on there double. I got rid of it. I'm probably going to disable HTML. This was fun for this stream, but it could get really out of hand. I forbid the style tag, not the style attribute. I could get rid of the style attribute, and that would prevent things like absolute positioning from happening. Yeah. Oh, what did they send? MX graphics. Oh, just like an empty input. I see. Well, the screen has gone green. I guess we're done. Okay, I'm gonna disable the style tag. It was fun. It was fun while it lasted. Maybe every now and then we'll do like a freestyle stream where we allow the chat to do things like that. But in the meantime, we're gonna disable it. So I'm gonna disable the style attribute, and that should get rid of that. Yeah. Cool. Freestyle. Ooh, a nice modern font. Look at that. Oh, did you use the font tag for that? Yeah, the font tag. So I learned about the font tag when I was building HTML emails because older email clients don't support like font face or font family. So this allows you to specify fonts without using CSS, which is pretty sweet. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna end there. But like I said, I'm going to be streaming again about 30 or 45 minutes after I eat some food. Got my to-do here. So we got Twitch chat in. We did a lot of other stuff. It could have been a shorter stream, but was it fun? Kind of. Next up is the Feathers Guide. So if you've taken a look at my YouTube channel, there is a playlist on there called the Feathers Guide, where essentially I am creating videos to go right along with the Feathers.js guide and documentation. So we've got quite a few videos up, but the next part of it is implementing the front end with vanilla JavaScript to communicate with our chat backend. So that's what I'm going to do after the break. And then after that, if we have time, I'm going to work on the React and Mapbox app. So that's this app that I've been streaming about on YouTube. Will we get there? I don't know. Maybe. This is why we can't have nice things. This gave me a much needed chuckle. That's cool. Thanks for tuning in, Jenny. What happened here? Text area with a bunch of columns. Ah, that makes sense. Let's get rid of the text area. Text area element. Cool. macOS doesn't code with Cascadia code. See you later, Alka. And thanks for all the tips on TMI.js, Alka. That was really good. It was awesome to have you here while I was working with it. I was writing navbar, OMG. New open save quit. Do we have a menu here? What's that? Wait, how did I get so many new? Okay, I think this number is just wrong. Yeah, the number's wrong. Feathers is going to be a real-time stream because I need to implement the front end. So it's going to be one of those streams where every now and then, well, while I'm doing the tutorial, I'm going to hide me and just talk like you were watching a YouTube tutorial. But I'll still be here. I'll still be right here. And then later on, I'm going to edit it all together. Well, I definitely know how difficult it could be. Yeah, and then an emote. I need to get emotes working. Put that on the to-do list. Cool. Yeah, I think that's it. Again, thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for all the new Twitch viewers. And I don't know, is there a way to see the latest Twitch followers? Because right now I don't have, like, alerts don't seem to be working very well. That was one thing I did want to work on as well, is Twitch alerts. Let me add that to the to-do. Potentially after the Feathers Guide, because that's a little more useful to people, I think, than me building a alert box. Yeah, because I use Streamlabs, and I've got an alert box enabled, but for some reason the sound isn't working. I had Alka debug it with me earlier, and he couldn't get the sound working either. Oh! We're finding all sorts of ways to hack this thing. So we've got a table, and we've specified the height and the width attributes, so that way we get a giant blue table. Should we disable tables? We're gonna disable tables. And like someone mentioned earlier, we probably should just have a whitelist instead of a forbidden list. But yeah. Bullet points. Yeah, those seem to work. Activity feed on the dashboard can be popped out. All right, let me check that out. Activity feed. Does that tell me who all my new followers are? Oh yeah, look at that. So many. Here, I'll pull it up on here because there's a lot of you.
You know, there's a lot of you.
Creator dashboard. Shh, stop it. Pop out. There we go. Oh, I think Alka linked directly to it anyways, but there we go. That. So, does it go further back than that? Oh well. Shout out to Nojero, Shiny Coffin, DevKev, Razlab, YVRS, Box Monster Prime, Dtov, 85 Filter, Ewiggle, Thozo, Nevin, Balmore81, DeepSense6, JD Hirsch, Mauricio Dev, Carmbuster, Kmerk, MNXY Graphics, Captain CK, My Name is Infi, EOP, Jan OPP, Sayfon01, Bacon Drinker, Majestic Eye, Jane, Jack Skelly, Doc D. Thank you all for following the channel. All right. A way to add a toggle with make it HTML on or off. Oh, so that way I could, like for an individual message, allow HTML through. Yeah. Don't do a whitelist. Also, OBS has Twitch integration. I've never tried that. I guess I can enable that. But yeah, I gotta go eat lunch. Thank you, AB. Disable height and width attributes. I guess that's another good thing. Lunch progress, 0. That's me. That's me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Again, pay attention to the channel. I'll be live in about like in 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I need a break. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Go for lunch. Awesome. All right, thanks for watching. That's me. This is me up close. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Until next time, which is going to be in like an hour. Here's this. Wait a second. It's a thing on Twitch to like raid other channels, right? Can we do a channel raid? Let's do a channel raid. All right, let's raid a channel. Let's find a channel to raid. We've got 23 viewers. Twitch.tv. I guess if we look in like science and technology, let's find somebody to raid. How do I raid them? Do I just click on them? Okay, so can we do programming? There's a lot of Ludum Dare streams. Yeah, I saw that. Let's find someone with very few viewers. Game Jam. Just type /raid in your chat. Okay. 3D mobile game. Coding it up in R? PHP live coding, day 4. Oh, and it'll give me a go button? Cool. Does anyone have any suggestions? The streams, yeah, we're gonna raid a channel. I totally forgot. Oh yeah, I should definitely check out live coders. Let's do that. Who is live right now? This guy. I mean, he's got 49 viewers. Codephobia. Yeah, let's raid Codephobia. Yeah, this person's playing a game. This person's actually writing code. What are they writing? Oh, TF. What are .tf files? Figuring out how to set up a Bastion server for SSH tunneling. Let's do it.
Well, and I probably need to add.
Go. We're doing it. Working on a live chat manager. Cool. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for raiding with me. Again, I'll be back live in 45 minutes to an hour or so, but we'll see ya.